just got paid and now you're gone. I'll set you please. If I get scared, I'll just call you. Reach you close and settle. I always feel alone.
Okay, so I think it's pretty clear that I didn't read every single one of these books, but I read a good amount, at least this month. Jesus, it's beautiful out here. I don't know how good this audio is, but I hope it sounds alright. Okay, so I kind of lied to y'all. This video will be not just about books, but it'll also be about like the weight loss journey, the future of this channel, just updates really. So in the video, you can see chapters. So if you want to learn about the books, just keep watching. Anything else that interests you, this is basically like an update to the changes video. So yeah, we're gonna be doing this every month for the rest of the year, so in total 12 videos. So yeah, that's a lot. So let's get to it. First book I read this month was The Sun Also Rises by Ernest Hemingway. This is his first book he ever wrote. And I'm gonna be ranking the 10 books I read this month. Yeah, I know, I really set the bar low for myself with that 2 books a month, 24 books total this year. I did not know I was capable of all this. We're gonna be ranking these books. Now, out of the 10 I read, this one ranks 10. I like, shut the fuck up! It's a good book, but the amount of heat that I have on this table, I enjoyed this book, okay? I enjoyed this book, but it ranks 10. This book is about this group of people that I kind of really didn't like. They were kind of insufferable. It's about them going to Spain to see bullfighting, and it's just them getting drunk and being really horny the whole time, and I just like, it's about 250 pages, and it was an okay read. I sat down twice and I finished the book. I read it in 2 sittings, but it was alright. It was not the best book. I'm gonna read more of Ernest Hemingway this year. I'm gonna read The Old Man and the Sea, so I'm really excited to see what else he has in store for me as a reader. Book 2, Rita Hayworth and the Shawshank Redemption. Now this book ranks... There's a plane passing, dude. There's been like 10 planes. What is this? I'm ranking this number 4. This is my number 4 favorite book of the month. I enjoyed it. It was a good read. I hadn't seen the movie beforehand, and I still haven't seen it. I'm probably gonna see it next month. But I really like this read. I don't know how much to say about it without spoiling it. Basically, this guy gets imprisoned, and it's just his life in prison, and I can't say any more without ruining it. You could probably read this in like 1 or 2 sittings. It's about 200 pages, I think, right? No, not even. It's 111 pages. You can sit down and read this. If you can't sit down and read a 100-page book, brother, you're cooked. Okay, finally we have our first banger. The next book I read, book number 3, was Of Mice and Men. Now, this is a classic. I really enjoyed it. I read it in 2 sittings. It's about 107 pages. John Steinbeck, and I'm ranking this book. I'm gonna rank this book right here, number 2 for the month. This is the second book I enjoyed the most. Basically, a little summary, it's about this one dude, George, and his friend Lenny, who is mentally disabled, and they go to a farm to work because they want to buy their own farm where they'll have their own crops and tend to them, and they'll basically be the masters without having to wake up every morning and work. And Lenny just really likes rabbits, and I can't really say any more without ruining the story, but it's honestly really sad. I already knew the story beforehand. I hadn't really seen the movie, but I just knew the ending and everything. So it was like, it's really sad. This book is just, it's different from the movie, I think, and I think the movie actually did it better, slightly, but this was a really good read. It entertained me the entire time, and I was not disappointed.
I be flossing. I be flossing. I be floss.
Now, for my favorite book of the month, we have Animal Farm by George Orwell. This book, I sat down and I finished this book in an hour and a half. 1 hour, 30 minutes. I read this entire book, front to back, and I utterly enjoyed it. This is number one for the month. This is the winner. Probably one of the best books I've ever read. How many planes, dude? Okay, as I was saying, I really enjoyed this book. I'm probably going to read it again this year, just a second time, maybe even a third time. It's basically about these animals that are in a farm, obviously. And one of them, this is the beginning of the book, Old Major. He's basically this old pig who's about to die, and he incites for the animals. He tells them, yo, we should take over, right? Because we're being milked, we're being just, you know, abused, basically, and we're not living like we should. So the Old Major dies. This is the first 10 pages. I'm not reading a lot. And then they take over the farm. And there's these two pigs, Napoleon and Snowball. And what goes on in this book is basically, you have to read it. If there was one meme that I would use to describe this book to get you all to read it, it's this one right here. This is just perfect meme for this book.
Why believe you? You never gave us nothing to believe in, cause you lied about religion.
Anyway, I actually like this book so much, I got another copy of it for when I read it again. It's 150 pages, right? It's 152 pages, brother. If you cannot sit down and read this in 1 or 2 sittings, you're cooked. You're cooked, brother. Just read this. Do yourself a favor and read this book. Now, this is the next book that I read. The next book that I read was written by H.G. Wells, and I can't freaking find it. Where is it? There it is. The Invisible Man. Yeah, this is about, it's about 137 pages. I read this in a single day. I read this the same day I read Animal Farm, actually. I read both of these books in one day. And this is the second one I read that day, so I was a little bit tired, but I still really enjoyed it. It's about this one dude, Griffin, who turns himself invisible, and he basically, like, I'd say he goes crazy by the end of the book, and you should just read it. It's an absolute classic. You could watch the movie, but I really enjoyed this read. It shouldn't take you more than 2-3 hours. For book 6, I did a little bit of, some chicanery. I'm not too proud of myself, but it's The Godfather. Now, why would I be not proud of reading this book? It's because I only read the last 80 pages. What? No, dude! Now, before you eat me alive, I had read the other 300 pages already, and I just wanted to finish it. So I just use it as an excuse. This is the last time I'll do this in this challenge. I just read the last 80 pages. This is probably one of the greatest books ever written, turned into a movie, like turned into an adaptation. It's by Mario Puzo, and without spoiling the book, it's just about this mafia family and the travails that they go through in their journey of this book. It's main protagonist Vito Corleone then turns into Michael Corleone, his son, and just the journey that this book takes you on. I'd actually recommend the movie over the book. I'd only recommend this if you saw the movie, both parts, and really enjoyed it. Because I read it, and this has elements of the first movie and the second one, so I'd say, like, watch the movies first before experiencing this masterpiece. But in total, it's a really good read. It kept me hooked. And yeah, I'd recommend it to anyone who's already seen the movies before. I don't know if you should read this before the movies, because it's just like, come on, dude. Really? I actually read The Godfather before watching the movie. If you said that anywhere after 1972, what are you doing, buddy? Yeah, so the ranking of this book will probably be number 3, because of course it's The Godfather. What do you expect? I love this movie. This is my grandfather's favorite movie, favorite book, favorite everything. Awesome book. Don't even start with me, brother. Don't even start with me. Alright, so the next book I read was The Body. This is my second Stephen King book of the month and my last one. This is basically Stand By Me, the movie from 1986. I haven't seen the movie either. It's really bad. But I read this, I enjoyed it. It's about these 4 boys who go on an adventure to go see a dead body. That's really all I can say without ruining some of the parts. There's the train scene, the famous train scene of them running. And it's a good novel. It's good. I enjoyed it. It's about, let me see, it's about 179 pages. I read this in like 4 sittings, because I didn't enjoy it as much as all the other books, but I was pretty fatigued at this point probably. So, I mean, it's a great book. I enjoyed to read it, but like, I wouldn't read it again. It's just one of those books, you know. You know what? I'll rank it number 7. Number 7, that's a good number. That's not the worst, it's not the best. It's whatever.
Who?
A lot
cares?
of people. Oh.
Now, the next book I read, this is going to be controversial because it's like one of my dad's favorite books, and it's a really good, famous book. I just didn't enjoy it as much. It doesn't mean I didn't like it. I liked it. I just didn't enjoy it as much as I thought I would. I read Treasure Island. This is like a 300-page book. 200 if you have the modern version. I actually read this one because the letters are bigger and I'm blind. I'm not even going to spoil this book for you. You can go and read it for yourself. It's about these guys, not these guys, pirates. This one kid who like got a map from this one old guy. I already forgot. I read this a while ago, a couple days ago, and I've been reading so much on my brain is fried. I'm saturated with knowledge. But basically, they just go to Treasure Island to find a bunch of treasure. And this is such a bad description of this book. I really liked it. You know what? Let's move on. Let me tell you my ranking of it. 8. All right, so we are reaching the final 2 books. The next book I read, number 9, was The Death of Ivan Ilyich. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Anyway, this book is about a lawyer who's like faced with his mortality. He's dying, and it's a short book. It's less than 100 pages. It's literally like 105 pages. Now, let me tell you something. Let's just get to the ranking because I really want to tell a story about this book. I'll rank it number 5. This book is really, really good. It deserves the number 5 spot. It's by Leo Tolstoy, you know, the guy who wrote War and Peace. Oh my god, man, that book is so long. I'm probably going to read it this year, but it's like 1,000-something pages. It's a good book, though. I'm probably going to read it. Not next month, though. I already got something for next month. I had to buy this book 3 times. This is the first time I bought it. Now, this is going to go into the last segment of this book review, how I read so many books so quickly. So I just can't explain to you why I would buy this book twice, but I bought it twice. How can people afford to travel in this economy, dude? Hi, people. Anyway, imagine my surprise when I open page 82 and see a misprint. Give me a second. A misprint. The page... I'm so disappointed. So, that's book number 2. I now purchased my 3rd version of this book. This is Penguin Classics. This has to be the correct translation, right? It has to be the best translation possible. It's the wrong translation. You'll know what I mean by that by the end of this segment. You'll understand. But like, let's just say I had to go back to this one and read through the misprint just to be able to read this 60, 70 page book. It's just like, bro. Anyway, number 5 on the list. Let's move on.
For the love of God! For the love of God!
Now, for the final book. The final book of the month. This is January 30th when I'm recording this. I read this book not 30 minutes ago. I finished it. This is The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Now, I bought this in Goodwill. I've been going to Goodwill a lot to just to buy books. So that's why like it's written on, but the pages aren't inside are good. Tell me why this is the first book that's literally in low quality. Like look at this like freaking like 8-bit graphics. Like I don't know why the book looks like that. It looks retro. Like it's whatever. This book goes, let's see the ranking. Controversial. If this is your favorite book, don't kill me. This is going on the number 9. Another Plane. It's Another Plane. I enjoyed this book, so I'm not really gonna ruin it for y'all. I haven't really tried to ruin these books for anyone because they're really good, and I think you should experience it for yourself without, you know, not just hearing my opinion, because you should hear my opinion, but you shouldn't hear the entire summary of a book before reading it. I went into a lot of these blind, and I really appreciate that, because Animal Farm, I knew it had to do with something like, I don't know, like conspiracy, like government stuff. That's all I really knew. I didn't know it had to do with, I'm gonna spoil it here for you, communism. Okay, next month's draft. Let's see what I'm gonna be reading next month. Next month, I'm only gonna read 4 books. I know, that's little until you consider that I'm gonna be reading Don Quixote de la Mancha. This is probably the greatest book ever written, and it's like 1,000 pages long. I'm gonna read 100 pages a day for 10 days to finish this book. But I'm probably gonna really enjoy it. My dad said he really liked it. He read it, and he recommended it. So, Penguin Classics. I'm gonna read this. Then the next book I'm gonna read is George Orwell's 1984. Considering I liked Animal Farm so much, I just know I'm gonna enjoy this book, so I'm actually really excited to read it. It's about 400 pages, no, not even, just 300 pages. That's nothing. I'm gonna enjoy this book. I'm gonna really like Big Brother. But yeah, that's it for the book segment. Now I'm gonna get to y'all with my sauce, my special technique for reading so many books so fast. So if you go on YouTube and you type in your whatever book you're reading and type in audiobook next to it, you'll see an audiobook version of it. Now, I'm not going to recommend y'all to just hear the audiobook because I think that's a little bit cheap. I get people can read books like that, but I prefer to sit down with the book and read it, right? So if you could do audiobooks, that's cool. That's just not my style. But I get this book, I open it, I get the audiobook, put it on 2 times so that it's going faster in my ear. Now, if you're doing this technique, you should put it at like 1.5, 1.75, because your ears are still getting adjusted to the velocity of the words. But what I do is I put it on, and I read what is being said in the video at the same time, at the same pace. So that makes it so that if a book is 6 hours, I can read it in 3 hours, and I probably comprehend it better. Like, I've read these 10 books with this strategy, and it has helped me so much. That's how I read, basically. Now, this is where you're gonna realize this is what I meant by the wrong translation. I looked up for all 3 of these books of the death of Ivan Ilyich. Wrong translation. Wrong translation. Right translation, except for the first 3 pages. After the first 3 pages, it's weird, but then the entire rest of the book, it's correct translation. I had to purchase that book 3 times to be able to hear it through the audiobook. It's honestly whatever. I just pushed through the misprint. If you want to read the audiobook and also be able to read the book at the same time, hear the audiobook, purchase this version. It's Wordsworth Classics. Now, for Don Quixote, I'm very worried because I looked up all the audiobooks, and this is apparently not the same translation that's on YouTube. So I'm probably just going to read this, you know, bare, raw. I'm literally going to read this without any audiobook unless I actually manage to find one before tomorrow. Because it is currently January 30th. I want to start reading it January 31st to get a head start. Because of the 4 books I'm going to read this, 1984, and The Idiot by Fyodor Dostoevsky, which I've read him before, and just not this year. And the next book, the 4th book, I'm not going to reveal it because if I don't like it and I don't read it, I don't want y'all to be disappointed with me, but I'm very excited for it. Anyway, I'm only going to read 4 books next month. Maybe 5, I don't know. Maybe I'll read more if I get through this quickly enough. But I really think that's all I'm going to be able to read. Another Plane? Those are my tips for how to read books faster. I told this to some people and they're like, oh, you're stupid. What do you mean you need to read the audiobook at the same time? It's like, that just helps me. It probably won't help any of y'all, but if it does, you know, you can write in the comments, yo, you helped me so much, thank you. I greatly appreciate it. It's whatever. If it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you. It works for me, okay? I read 10 books this month with that strategy, and I'm going to continue using it for whatever time I can unless I get a wrong translation again. So yeah, that's it for the book segment. Now we're going to move on to the wait segment. Alright, so I'm over here now. I think this is really zoomed in, but like I can't bring the mic any closer. So I kind of just have to be like this, practically in front of the camera like this. So I mean, is this too loud? I hope it's not too loud. So as you remember, at the beginning of the month, I made the changes video. I was at 321 pounds. I said in my estimate that I would probably lose 50 to 100 pounds this year. Let's keep it minimalist. Let's say I only wanted to lose 50 pounds. Well, I was at 321, and as of weighing myself yesterday, I am at an astounding, earth-shattering, earth-bending 301 pounds. I've lost 20 pounds in 1 month. That's just crazy to me. Isn't that just crazy, bro? Like, come on now. Yeah, so just a month of doing this. I've been going to the gym once a day just to walk. No real weight training, just 1 hour on the treadmill. And I've just been eating meat, like steak, chicken, tilapia, just normal meats like that, and I've lost 20 pounds. I'm probably below 301. I'm probably like 299 now. So like, I've lost a considerable amount of weight this month. That's like 1/3 or more of my original estimate in 1 month. Now, of course, this is probably because I'm shedding a lot of water weight, so I'm probably it was like a really quick loss, but now I'm probably going to be losing like 1 to 2 pounds a week, if lucky. But that's just the way the body works, so I probably still will only lose 50 to 100 pounds this year, but that's really good. I'm patient. I can lose 1 to 2 pounds a week. I'm okay with that. Progress is progress, all right? I'm okay with that, all right? Anyway, so my strategy for the gym has been, let's just say I don't have a lot of time on my hands for anime and stuff like that, so what I've been doing is that I've just been watching anime while on the treadmill in public. Now listen guys, please, I'm not a Discord mod. I swear. I've been primarily watching Jujutsu Kaisen. I only started this like halfway through the month when I realized, you know what, this is a really good time to, instead of just watching stupid YouTube videos, I can actually catch up on the culture, right? And I'm currently on like episode 19 of Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm probably gonna finish it tomorrow or the day after, and I have to watch the movie, you know. And let me just say, man, that anime is so cool. It's kept me really entertained during the hour. It's been kind of excruciating. I mean, it's 300 pounds on top of just, God, my poor ankles. It's man, I'm actually surprised. I haven't gotten not one cramp this entire process. I'm really happy about that. I'm not complaining. I swear I'm not. This is just the little update. This is all I really have to say. I've been drinking a lot of water, been eating proportionately a lot of fruit. Not too much vegetables. Look guys, I'm sorry, but I just don't like asparagus, okay? I don't like eating grass every day, but it's whatever. I'm currently wearing a shirt that I could quite literally not wear. When I bought this Star Wars shirt, I don't know if I have a video on my channel with it, it did not fit me. Now I haven't been noticing that much change. Wait, let me put this over here so you guys can get a good look. Wait. Now, I don't know. I can never tell if I'm actually losing weight or not. I just can't tell with this type of thing. I look in the mirror and I'm like, oh, just some fat kid again. But like, I couldn't wear this shirt. It was tight. It is no longer tight for me, y'all. This is some major advancements in the art of my life, okay? So yeah, I'm really excited for the future. Now let's get on to the last segment, which is the future of this channel. Just moving along to another side of my yard for this next segment. Just give me a little second. All right. You could recognize this place from the changes video, right? This is the wall. I should start putting like pictures up here, make like a meme wall, Alpha Oxtrot style. I'm really robbing this guy's content, aren't I? Another plane. Wow. Anyway, I've been like using his music and all that. Look, he's a big inspiration, all right? He's a good YouTuber. I don't know what else to say. Okay, for the future of this channel, there's gonna be a video coming out tomorrow, 1st of February, double upload. Oh my God, no way. I know, 3 scary games. Now, I hope you guys aren't disappointed. The camera, the face cam in that video is horrendous. it's really laggy. I'm using the same camera, which is funny, but for some reason when I try to use this camera as a webcam on OBS, it made my footage so choppy that it almost made me not even want to make the video, but it was just too good. I played 3 really good games, and I just really wanted to get that out for y'all, so like I was like, you know what, I'll bite the bullet. Hopefully the next video won't. I'm trying to get a new camera that's specifically for recording, because this one just, it looks good here, right? I'll probably keep this camera for these update videos, these book reviews, but for recording these gaming videos, bro, it's so bad. It's so choppy. I'm like honestly disappointed with how poor this like camera is. Anyway, as you might see on my community tab, I'm going to be doing a Minecraft hardcore series, Throwback Wednesday, not every Wednesday, okay? Not every Wednesday. 3 scary games and just general game playthroughs. So like Until Dawn, Dead Space, I really want to play that. That's probably the next game I'm going to play after 3 scary games. If I don't have a new camera by then, I'll probably just play Dead Space without a face cam and see if y'all like it. So yeah, let's hope I have a new camera by then and you know the quality's actually good. So that's really all I have to say for the future of this channel. So expect that video tomorrow. And yeah, I'm gonna probably start recording these videos like on the 25th of the month, because like I recorded this 30th thinking I'd have time. Like I have to edit this and it's like 10:30 a.m. Like this is gonna take some time to record. I should probably be ending the video right now so that I can get through it, but I gotta keep y'all informed, you know. So I hope you guys like this 1:1 aspect ratio for this video. I felt like being artsy. Next month I'll do another book review, weight loss process, video updates, it's whatever. So I'll see y'all next month. Hope y'all enjoyed the video. Okay, you've all seen me set this up before, so I'm just gonna go and grab the table and all the books, so yeah. All right, the long-awaited, I don't know how to say this, the long-awaited book review 2. I'm actually really happy that I was able to read as many books as I did this month, because I've been looking forward to making this second part. Also, I should probably put my phone on the table. I'm gonna start this new thing where the books I've read I put to the right, the books I'm gonna try and read next month to my left. So your right, your left is the books I've read, your right, you know, here you go. So let's start off with every single book that I read. Excusez-moi. Let's start with every book that I read this month. This is not necessarily in order of which books I read. When I start the review, I'll get into those specifics later. So I read this month The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien, Lord of the Flies by William Golding, Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. You probably won't be able to see the cover too well because this is like a special edition or something. Macbeth by William Shakespeare, The Idiot by Fyodor Dostoevsky, Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes, which is not how I said. I'm trying to like Americanize it, I guess. The Art of War by Sun Tzu, 1984 by George Orwell, A Clockwork Orange by Anthony Burgess, and lastly, The Enchiridion by Epictetus. So let's start with the first book I read this month.
Don Quixote de la Mancha. Mancha, mancha!
Okay, so we are starting off the month with a banger. I'm gonna get rid of the ranking system because that's gonna get pretty convoluted, because in total so far this year I've read 20 books. And I don't want to rescale everything, so that's just like, I'm just gonna get rid of that. Maybe at the end of the year I'll rank every single book. So I'll tell you which one was my favorite this month. There you go. So the first book I read this month was Don Quixote by Cervantes. This book is basically about a man whose brain just dries out from reading a lot of knight stories, and basically he wants to be a knight himself, and he goes on crazy adventures. I'm not going to spoil the book because I really think you should read this. It's about 1,000 pages. It took me about 8-9 days to read, and it was just such a good book. I mean, this is literally Fyodor Dostoevsky's, like, one of his favorite books. It literally comes in one of the books I read this month, which is The Idiot. He mentions it in this book, so that's pretty good. There's like a B here. And overall, this is probably the best book I read this month, simply by just, you know, like how impactful it was and how important it was to literature as a whole. So Don Quixote is a really good read. I would recommend it to anyone who can read, you know. Take your time with it. I took my time with it. I tried to read 100 pages a day, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So 10 out of 10 stars if we're doing rankings. 5 out of 5, 10 out of 10, 100 out of 100, whatever you want.
This is like George Orwell's book, 1984.
The next book I read this month, book 2, is 1984 by George Orwell. This isn't the specific version I read though. I read an older version I had. This is one I bought like a new version of for when I want to read it in the future. 1984, this is basically a dystopian novel. It really feels like a nightmare. In my opinion, this is not better than Animal Farm by George Orwell, because that's like literally my favorite book. I've come to that conclusion. Not because it's better than any of these other books, but simply because of the enjoyment I had from reading Animal Farm. It's just like one of those books that I sat down and I don't know how to explain it. I was so enamored by that book, and this is very much like it. Big Brother, all that. So like, it's basically just Animal Farm but with humans, and way darker and way more sexual for some reason. So I mean, if you're into that, man, this is about 100 pages, 150 pages longer, and I'd say it's way more dark. So I'd give this book like an 8 out of 10. I enjoyed it. And just for the record, I'm gonna try to not spoil any of these books. I'm gonna try and make it very vague so that you have a reason to actually go and read it yourself. So yeah, 1984, highly recommend, but I would put Animal Farm above it, which I don't know if that's a controversial take or not, but it's just my take. Book 3. The third book I read this month was The Idiot by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is the second book I've read by him. My first book I read of Dostoevsky was Crime and Punishment back like a year ago. Crime and Punishment is like one of the greatest novels ever made. It's about this guy Raskolnikov who kills this old lady, and I'm not even going to get into it. It's probably one of the best psychological thrillers ever put to page. However, I'm going to give a brief summary of this book. It's about 500 pages for me at least, because I got the Wordsworth Classics. It should be like 600-700 pages. It's basically about this guy Mishkin, the idiot, who you know how there's a lot of stories that are love triangles. My man Dostoevsky was ahead of the curve. This man made a love square. So basically it's about this love triangle. Well, first of all, let me talk a bit about the main character Mishkin, who returns from like an asylum because he has like seizures, and then he meets like a lot of I'm not gonna ruin it. This book is basically just a love square, and I don't know how to explain it without ruining it. It's a very rough read in the terms of it's not as easy to get into as practically every single book on this list, but I mean, it's literally a psychology class, and I would recommend it to anyone who has the time and patience to really get into this man's work, because like, this is a really good book, man. I feel like I didn't really do a good job explaining that book, and I really don't want to go into a lot of detail because I want y'all to go and read it because it's a really good book. But if I had to speak more on it, I'd say that the main character, the idiot, Mishkin, he's called the idiot because he is so superbly, like, naive and innocent. He's a really good-spirited human being. He's very good-natured compared to the other characters in the book, like the prince, or I can't believe I'm forgetting this guy's name. It's not Razumian, that's from Crime and Punishment, but it's basically another one of those R names. He's a very violent character, and he commits an atrocity at the end of the novel. But he's like a Christ figure, the Mishkin, because he's always like, I don't know how to explain it without ruining it for y'all, but it's a very enticing piece of work, and I feel like I did a really bad job explaining it here, so forgive me for that.
I'm going on an adventure!
Alright, so the fourth book I read this month, as you remember from the last video, I said I didn't want to reveal it just in case I didn't like it, because I know it's a popular series and a lot of people do enjoy this book. And that's J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit. I love this book, bro, and as you can tell, I have The Lord of the Rings, the trilogy right here to the books I want to read next month. That should be a clear sign that I love this book. I absolutely love Bilbo Baggins, and I'm not going to give a summary because I feel like everyone should go into this book blind if you haven't already seen it. I feel like I'm the only person on earth that hasn't really delved into Lord of the Rings. My favorite segment was the part with Gollum in the cave. I said Gollum wrong. And I also said Raskolnikov wrong too, but I just didn't correct it that time, but can't forgive myself for this one. Gollum. If you've read the book or seen the movie, you probably know what I'm talking about. I'll give this a 7 out of 10. It's not the greatest piece of literature, but it's actually really enjoyable. I'd probably put it above Don Quixote and The Idiot, not in terms of quality, but just like the ability to read it and like how accessible it is to new readers.
Stop it, please, I beg you!
Alright, so book 5 was A Clockwork Orange by Anthony Burgess. Most people probably know this from the Stanley Kubrick adaptation. He made it with a $2 million budget, and it's probably one of his best movies, besides The Shining, and 2001, and Full Metal Jacket. And anyways, it's probably one of my favorite Stanley Kubrick movies. But I read the book in about 1 or 2 sittings, and it's pretty much identical to the movie, except the finale, they tweaked it in a way. Well, this came first, so I'm gonna say the movie got tweaked, but I'd say the movie tweaked it better. But I'd say it's just as much an enjoyable read as it is an enjoyable movie. But I really think it's interchangeable. If you don't really like reading but want to know the story of A Clockwork Orange, I'd say watch the movie. And for a brief summary of the plot, it's basically a dystopian society that's filled with delinquents, and this fellow Alex and his droogs, which is slang for his gang, they go about just committing all types of crimes such as rape, violence, theft. They're basically a bunch of delinquents who deserve like a 25 to life in prison. But basically he gets betrayed by his droogs, his gang. He ends up in an experiment that he undergoes an experiment that basically makes him ill towards all types of violence and lustful activities. And it's really a delve into the psyche and the choice of what makes a human. What makes a human is choice. And when you deprive a man of choice, whether it's right or wrong, you kind of take away a part of humanity from that individual. And I think it's a very interesting read, and it's once again pretty psychological. There's a lot of psychological books here. I'm just realizing that now.
No, you're hurting me! No!
Alright, so book 6. Book 6 I think was Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. I actually haven't seen the original movie, so I went into this pretty blind. I knew Frankenstein is not the monster, it's Frankenstein's monster. Frankenstein is the doctor who makes the monster who, I'm not gonna ruin the book because I can ruin it very easily, but I'd say it's a pretty sad book, specifically the part where Frankenstein's monster is just like stalking basically the family and just seeing how they live and wanting to adapt to normal humanity and how he was abandoned by his creator. And it's very sad. And I definitely recommend to read it if you've read some of the other books that I've recommended here. This shouldn't be your top priority, which is actually really messed up because I know someone this is their favorite book. The person I bought this from said that their best friends, this is their favorite book. So if any of these are your favorite book and I for some reason insult it, don't take it personally. This is just like, everyone's entitled to their opinion. I feel like when it comes to opinions about literature, it's very different to movies. Like when someone likes a movie, it's probably because most people like the movie, but when you like a book, it doesn't necessarily mean that everyone likes that book. I feel like it's very broad when it comes to literature. So it doesn't even mean that it's bad or good. I could like a good book and think it's bad, and I can think a bad book is good. It's just up to the individual reader. So I'd say I'd give this like a 6 or 7 out of 10, but it's definitely influential, and I loved it. And I wasn't really bored by it. I was able to read it and feel very engrossed by the world that it was showing me. Okay, book 7. The 7th book I read this month was Macbeth by William Shakespeare. A very short read. It's only about, it's about 103 pages. It's basically about this man Macbeth who is not king and is kind of thrusted into power by an incredible act of violence. He kills the king to take hold of his power. It's basically Violence the movie. Like, this is just, it's very violent, and I don't want to spoil it because it's such a classic piece of literature that I feel like anyone who hasn't read it should read it or experience it somehow without me ruining it for them. So Macbeth, classic, you've heard of it. Damned spot. That was my favorite line from the book, if you couldn't tell.
Yeah!
All right, time for book 8. Book 8 this month was The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Now, before you say, how did I read this entire book? It's because I didn't. I only read the first 60 pages, which if you know The Art of War, that's the 60 pages is basically how Sun Tzu wrote it. The other, like, 150 pages are just commentary, so it's basically an addition to what he wrote. I just read the 60 pages and understood it well enough. It's basically just a book about strategies made by, well, Sun Tzu, and I'd say it's a very it's not the most complicated read, but it's also not the easiest. But like, oh my god, man, to sit down and write a book like this, it's gotta be such a like the amount of wisdom that is poured into this book is insane. And if I was tasked with making a book about the art of war, I wouldn't even know where to begin. I'd say that Sun Tzu really knew what he was talking about here, because I read it in one sitting. It's probably one of the best books I read this month. So you should definitely go and read it. It's really good.
This fool made things worse!
Book 9. Book 9 I literally finished yesterday. That is Lord of the Flies. This is basically, to give a summary of this book, a plane crashes with a bunch of boys, and they slowly lose their heads more and more. And they become more violent, they become more erratic, and they really get a lust for power. And they slowly but surely just completely destroy themselves. And not destroy themselves to the extent of like complete destruction of everything. I mean, they burn like half the forest. But it's you just have to read the book or watch the movie. I'm pretty sure the movie's pretty good. I'm gonna not ruin this book because it's a classic. I'm pretty sure it's like one of Stephen King's favorite books. Read it. It's definitely one of the harder reads. If you're not really into literature or you're not into reading books, I wouldn't start off with this one, but it's definitely one that makes you ponder, because it's set in a world that's on the brink of a world war, or it's in the dawn of a new world war. So already like the mental state of these kids is already a little bit jacked up. So I definitely read it.
Quit, don't quit. Noodles, don't noodles. You are too concerned with what was and what will be. There's a saying, yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That is why it is called the present.
And for the final book of the month, we have The Enchiridion by Epictetus. This book is 30 pages, at least the version I got, and oh my god, if this isn't one of the greatest books I have ever freaking read. Basically, Epictetus was a slave born in the year 55, and he's a philosopher, and he made this book. If I had to use one word to describe this book, I would use the word perception. I think my neighbor just came out. If you sit down and take your time with this book, it took me about 30 minutes, but if you really take your time, I read this for a second time, by the way. I read this twice automatically. I think it'll really give you a grasp of reality. If I had to title this book something else, I'd call it The Humble Handbook. This book really humbles you if you're, for some reason, not humble. It's very eye-opening. Basically, his main philosophy is embody the change you want to see in the world. I truly believe that if you want to make people change, you can't tell them to change. You have to be the change you want to see. And I think that's a very positive mindset, and I would recommend this to any kid or adult or anyone who hasn't even read the book, because it's very mind-altering. It really makes you think about everything.
Knowledge.
And those are the 10 books I read this month. Let's get on to the books I'm gonna read next month. Guys, I am so embarrassed I forgot about the 11th book. This is actually the 7th book I read. I'm just gonna add it along. I'm not gonna change the whole order of my video. It's too late to reshoot everything. The Old Man and the Sea by Ernest Hemingway, as you know, first month. So I actually read 11 books this month. Total of 21. Last month I read The Sun Also Rises. It's the first book I read on my journey, which is, I'd say that this book is definitely better than The Sun Also Rises, because of course, I mean, that's his first book, and this is literally the book that got him the Nobel Prize for Literature. Brief summary, it's about a man who fishes with a boy and goes very south when he ends up having to kill sharks. So, that's a really crappy description. Read the book yourself. If there's any phrase, print this on a t-shirt. If there's one phrase to copy from this book, from this video, if there's one phrase to copy from this video, it's read the book. Read it yourself. I'm not gonna give you a good summary because I think you should just go out and read it. I guarantee you that every single one of the books I have here is worth reading. Maybe not Clockwork Orange. You could watch the movie and there's not, same with The Hobbit, and not much will change. But at least 9 of these books, you just go out and read them. And you'll enjoy it more than any summary I could give you. So if you're gonna take anything away from this video, it's read the Enchiridion and read every single other one, like every other one of these books, specifically Don Quixote in 1984. Yeah. You know, I'm surprised there's not been a lot of planes. I haven't really been interrupted this video. So, the first book I'm gonna start reading next month. Also, what a shame that we had to get a leap year. March 28th is when this month ends. I could have had like another, I don't know, another day or something, and that would have gone so much further for me because it would have given me more time to delve into more books. But I'm not mad. I read 11. I thought I was only gonna be able to read 4 books this month. I really pushed myself and I really enjoyed all this, knowledge that I've gained along the way. But I'm gonna start off next month by reading the Bible, specifically the King James Version. It's about 1,300 pages because it's the Bible, and I'm gonna read that. I don't know. I mean, if you don't know about like Jesus Christ and all that, like, brother, you're more than lost. Like, where have you been? Under a rock? So you already know what the Bible's about. I'm not gonna have to get into that. Then after the Bible, if I finish it next month, by the way, next month is a free month. I'm trying to read 7 books a month. If I've read 21 so far, that means next month is a free month. If I literally don't read anything at all next month, I'm technically still meeting the quota because I've gotten 3 months worth of reading done. But I'm still going to try and get some more reading, of course. So I'm going to get the Bible, and if I finish the Bible and I still have more time next month, I'm going to get the Brothers Karamazov. I completely butchered that. The Brothers Karamazov, which is another one of Dostoevsky's books. So this would be my 3rd book. It's 1,000 pages as well. So in total, if I read those 2 books, 2,000 pages. Holy crap! It's I actually don't know what it's about. One thing I will say, I've entered like pretty much every single one of these books blind, except the Enchiridion. I know about that from PewDiePie, but it's whatever. I'm gonna enter this blind, so I can't really give you a summary or a crappy summary until I read it myself. So that's the 2nd book I'm going to try to read next month. And if I somehow manage to read both of these and I still have a decent amount of time, I'm going to try and get the Lord of the Rings trilogy out of the way. And I really think that's all I'm going to be able to read next month. But considering that I thought I would only read 4 books this month and I ended up reading 11, I'm going to say that if I do read all this and I still have even more time left, which I doubt, I'll try to read Dune and Dune Messiah. And that's basically it. Holy crap, how am I gonna get this back inside, dude? This is so many books. Oh my god. Also, I had like the most genius plan of actually bringing water with me. Like, holy crap, last time my throat was so dry. Like, this is a lot of talking, and I'm glad I got the idea of bringing a chilled glass of water with me, because this has helped me along very well. Dude, thank God I decided not to wear sweatpants this friggin'. It's so hot out here. It's hot as balls out here, man. The light is completely not capturing my face real quick. Wait, where's the light at? Okay, I'm gonna go to a place that actually has proper lighting, so give me a second, y'all. Is this good lighting? This is perfect lighting. This is ideal lighting. I actually need to bring this camera down a little bit. All right, so for the weight loss portion of the video, I have some good and some bad news, okay? Good news is, currently at 292, so I mean, something's going right. I've lost probably 7 pounds since last video, which if you do the math correctly, that's just like, if I'm losing 2 pounds a week, I lost 2 pounds every week except for this one, where I just lost 1. But what I'm about to tell you, okay, I have a good reason. Don't unsubscribe, okay, y'all? I was rushed into the emergency room this month for a nether regions problem. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. And I was high on morphine. I was in pain. And, you know, I just wanted to get some I also got like a bunch of blood taken, so my blood sugar was low. So it's not just that I felt bad for myself. I actually needed some sugar in my system. And I just wanted McDonald's because it was the only place that was open at night, because we got out of the hospital at like 2 in the morning. No, it was actually 3 in the morning. So I kind of broke the diet there. And not just then, but I also ate like a couple Cheetos. Not Cheetos. Cheez-Its. A couple days ago, but like in total, I'm actually doing pretty good. I've lost weight. I haven't rebounded. I haven't gained. I'm losing at a steady pace, and by the way we're looking, I'm about to lose 30 pounds, guys, by month 2. If you remember correctly, I thought I was only going to lose 50 this year. If we continue at this pace in 2 months, I'll have reached the goal. Okay? So we're doing good. We're doing good. That's really all I have to say about the whole weight loss thing. I haven't been able to go to the gym too much to walk because of the whole, you know, nether regions problem. I'm kind of worried about that. I'm going to wait to see a specialist to see what they say. I'm going to go tomorrow though because it hasn't really been hurting, and I'm going to go light on it, but it's whatever. It's currently being filmed on the 26th of February, so like 3 hours ago, I literally released this 3 Scary Games Part 3. So I'm gonna have to edit this and get it out by 28th, so I have 2 days to edit this. There's a plane. I see a plane right now. This wouldn't be one of these videos without a plane interrupting, right? So far I haven't really noticed a lot of change with like my body, really. I've noticed a bit of change near the stomach area here, but I haven't really noticed any change. If you guys have, right, tell me, because I just look in the mirror, I look the same to myself, but I'd say we're doing pretty decent. We could be doing worse, so that's a positive, am I right? All right, now for the last portion of the video, future channel updates. This month I'm gonna try and play another 3 Scary Games. I'm gonna try and get a Minecraft Nostalgic Edition video out, which is basically just a bunch of mods into a nostalgic resource pack in 1.12.2 Minecraft Java Edition. So that's gonna be fun. I can't wait to do that. I'm gonna try and play Silent Hill on an emulator. Don't tell the police. So I'm gonna try and play Silent Hill so that I can play Silent Hill 2 on the PlayStation 5, the remake. I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna try and play it after Silent Hill 1. Which, by the way, I had a talk with a GameStop employee. You don't even need to play the first one to play the second one. But I'm just, you know, I'm schizophrenic, guys. If I play the second one without playing the first one, I'm cutting myself. No, but seriously, that's really it for the channel updates. So 3 Scary Games, Minecraft Nostalgic Edition. I might do a try not to laugh. I doubt it. And yeah, Silent Hill. I might sneak in a Throwback Wednesday, but I doubt that we'll be able to get 5 videos out. I'm trying to just go for 1 video a week, so I don't overcharge myself, considering I'm also going to be reading 100 pages a day. I'm doing the exercise and the weight loss. I'm really trying to ration out my videos so that I don't, you know, put too much weight on the camel's back, okay? Like, you know how like one straw breaks the camel's back? I'm like half a straw is about to break mine. So have some patience, okay? Have some patience. Anyway, I hope you guys have enjoyed this little update video. If you did, leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you all next month with the next update. And let's see, maybe I'll read more books than I thought again. At this point, I'm gonna just, you know, have a library in my head with really crappy summaries of books I've spent hours reading. Bye. It's dark. I gotta do something about that lighting. Alright, this is just my garage. Nothing to write home about, so that's really it. I kind of chose this location because it is more of like, not a private video, but I don't really want any distractions for this video because if you saw last month's video, you know. ¿Qué pasa?
¿Qué tú haces ahí, Rodrigo?
¿Qué yo hago aquí, compadre? Estaba grabando.
Ah, espérate.
My dad entered the garage. You probably heard me talking, but it's just whatever. Anyways, if you saw last month's video, you know that at the end of the book section, I kind of talked about wanting to read the Bible for the next video. And yeah, I also said I doubted that I would be able to, you know, not only complete the Bible, but the other books I talked about. And I was correct. This is the only book I read this month. I really took my time with it. I finished it like 2 days ago. It took me like 27 days to read, because there are some days where I didn't read it. There was days where I read little by little, just 25, 50 pages. There was days where I read 100 pages. 125 pages, And yeah, it took me a while to read, and I think this is the only book I'm gonna read this month, and next month I'll read like 6 books or something. I don't know. This is a very delicate book. Yeah, I recommend. People say it takes a year to read this book. The way I did it was not reading the Bible is always correct, but I'd say that the correct way of reading it is to take your year with it, study it. But I sort of just read it front to back to know the story of the Bible, the entire story. I remember I showed my dad the video and he said, make sure to include that when you read the book in that 1 month. He also said he didn't dare make a video saying that he'd read the entire Bible in 1 month, but I mean, that's just, I'm a lunatic. But anyway, he said make sure that people know it's not the traditional form. You shouldn't read the Bible in 1 month. You shouldn't, just... Because I'll admit it, a lot of portions probably went over my head because I simply was reading to read the story and not to study every excerpt. I wasn't just sitting there for every verse being like, I was just reading, getting the story, and there was bits and pieces of, I understood a lot of it. But regardless, let's just get into the first and only book of the video.
Church girl that go to church and read your Bible.
Alright, so I'm going to describe this book in 2 ways. Clearly, I'm a Christian. I believe that this book is a book of history and that it's simply the truth. But I'm going to speak of it in 2 sort of styles. I'm going to speak of it from a straight narrative perspective as if it was a piece of fiction, which is not what I believe. And then I'm going to speak about it as if it was true, a historical fact. So those are the 2 styles. Because the reason I'm saying fiction is because I'm going to be talking about it in the way of saying that characters, plot, how it happens. Because the truth is, art and literature is not possible without real life experiences. So every fiction has at least a hint of realism in it. So when I say fiction, don't take it like I'm insulting your belief. It's my belief too, bro. It's my belief too. So yeah, let's just start. So of course we have the first book of the Bible, which is Genesis, the creation of the world. Also, I'm going to spoil the Bible, and you can't be mad about it because it's a historical text. I love that I don't even have to put a spoiler warning, because it's like, bro, it happened for real. You can't be mad at me. So we have Genesis, the creation of the world. Now, we have the Torah, actually. Let me just talk about the first 5 books of Moses. So Genesis goes over the creation of Adam and Eve, their expulsion from the Garden of Eden, Cain killing his brother Abel, and then the flooding of the earth with Noah because all humankind was they were destroying themselves. They were full of sin. And then we have Abraham and his sons, being the first with the circumcision and, starting the covenant with God. After the separation of the world, after he separated them in different tribes and made them all know different languages because they tried to make a tower to reach him. Many people say that that's the most unbelievable part of the Bible, and I understand it if you come from it from a very skeptical position. But anyway, that's just what happens. The expulsion of the world, then Abraham is tested to kill his son. Bro's like, yo, I know you roll deep for me. Don't kill your son, low-key. Just please don't kill him. And then that's pretty much it for Genesis. Then comes Exodus, which introduces Moses, it's funny how this is 1 book and it's probably gonna be the longest book review. Anyway, then comes Moses, and I'm just gonna summarize the next 4 books quickly. He struggles. Those last 4 books of the Torah after Genesis is just basically, I can describe it by saying Moses suffered. Moses was tasked with ruling over and guiding the most ignorant people I have ever read. The people in this time period, bro went up to get the commandments and they were preaching, they were worshiping a golden calf. Like, bro, I'd break the tablets too over someone's head. So basically those last 4 books of the Torah is just Moses. Then comes Joshua, Judges, Ruth, Samuel, but I'm just gonna skip those books and I'm gonna get to David, because David is my favorite character of the Bible after Jesus. After Jesus, God. David is probably one of my favorite stories besides Daniel and, Jesus. Because David was a descendant of Abraham, and he was one of the promised kings. At the time, they said a Messiah will come. He will be the one to liberate all earth. And David was a potential candidate. Now, at the time, there was this king Saul, who was pretty good, but then David comes up one day and he kills one of the Nephilim, one of the giants, Goliath. You know the classic story, David versus Goliath. Saul has killed his thousands, but David has killed his tens of thousands. So basically, everyone starts being like, David should be the new king. Saul gets very angry. He gets filled with wrath and tries to kill David, and David forgives him. And for a while he was looking up to be the Messiah, the one who will liberate all of earth. But then he falls in love with a woman and sends her husband to the front lines to kill him, and commits adultery. So off with his head. Not literally. He doesn't get decapitated. Not like John. God dang it, John. They decapitated John, bro. Anyway, that's enough spoilers for the New Testament. So then that's what happens with Saul. And then, if I'm being real, from pages 700 to like 800, it's Psalms and just a bunch of books stuck together. And I'm just giving the very big highlights of the Old Testament, such as Isaiah being the most is prophetical a word? No, it's like the book with the most prophecy inlaid. It has the most prophecy embedded to its story. I'm pretty sure Isaiah is the one where he literally said a Messiah would come, like predicting Jesus. I just realized I passed over one of my mom's favorite books of the Bible, which is Job, the man who was tested. Satan basically said to God, hey, yeah, he's cool with you and all, but get rid of everything and he will soon call curses upon your name and he will no longer be a servant of the Lord. So God just kills his whole family and kind of ruins him. I'm pretty sure he gets like blisters all over his skin, just completely ruins the man. And he keeps praying and he keeps being strong with the Lord. His friends come over and they're like, they try and support him, and he eventually conquers everything that happened to him and continues being a servant of God. And of course he's rewarded. And that's just a really good story because it's like the perseverance of man, even when it's what we should be doing now. Like every time we just get a headache, we start blaming God nowadays. It's like, bro, come on now. This man got everything taken away from him and he is still praising the Lord. Let's come on now. Then there's the Song of Solomon, which is like 4 pages. We have Jeremiah. Jeremiah's pretty good. We have Daniel. Okay, Daniel is the man who was locked in with the lions, and when I was a kid, that was my favorite story of the Bible. I hadn't read the Bible, but I had heard multiple stories of it, and Daniel was just a story that always stuck out to me because he got locked into the lions then and survived simply because God said so, and that really showed that was a good book. And then there's Obadiah, Jonah, Micah, the good one. This is the good Micah. Don't worry. This is not Red Dead Redemption 2 Micah. Anyway, I don't know if I should be making jokes during this video. I know it's a serious video, but I want to lighten the mood. I don't really want this to be... I'm trying to crack up the mood because it's the Old Testament, very brutal times. And I think I'm going to stop talking about the Old Testament. The Old Testament is my parents' favorite portion of the book. Like this book can be broken into 3 parts. I can count this as 3 books. Technically it's 66. I'm going to count it as 3. I'm going to count it as the Torah, which is the first 5 books, Genesis all the way over to Deuteronomy. I think I'm saying it right. And then there's the rest of the Old Testament. I'll count that as the second book, and then there's the New Testament. So my parents like the Old Testament, but honestly, I love the New Testament. The New Testament was my favorite book. It's the one that I most remember, and mainly because I read it like 3 days ago, and also because I just find the story of Jesus more appealing. I don't know. So let's start with Matthew. Matthew was... Oh, I was gonna say that. I started watching The Chosen. I'm currently on season 2, and that kind of... I started watching it when I was still in the Old Testament, so it got me really hyped up for the New Testament. So I have to say that. I was also really hyped to read the New Testament. So the first 3 books of the New Testament are Matthew, Mark, and Luke. And Matthew, Mark, and Luke are basically the same story from different perspectives. They show the apostles' journey with Jesus, all the way from when he was born, when he was a kid, and then when he started ruling them, and then when he got crucified. And every single one of them, it shows the same story, but sometimes, like for example, I think it's Mark, shows a kid Jesus debating with like scholars of the time, and just Pharisees and all that. While meanwhile Matthew just doesn't show that, and Luke maybe shows. I could be completely wrong. I'm not looking at it right now, but I remember that some had some stories, some had other, because it's from different testimonies. Then there's John. John is the favorite apostle, and also the only one who didn't get brutally murdered, bro. John just writes about, let me check John, because John is a good book. So John is the one where the story of Jesus turning water to wine is shown. He did it at a marriage because his mother Mary told him to, because they were gonna look really bad if they didn't get that wine to the people, and it was the best wine ever. That's the first miracle. Then there comes Jesus revealing himself to the world, healing blind people, getting people like rid of their leprosy. Then comes the act of the apostles, which is basically what the apostles did after Jesus died. And then there's Romans, Corinthians, and basically everything from like Romans all the way to, I'd say, Hebrews is basically Paul's letters to certain churches, just talking to them. So those, you can read them yourself. It's, Timothy 1 and 2 is him writing to Timothy. And then there's James. James is, I forgot James. I can't believe I forgot James, holy crap. Okay, let's just skip on to Peter then. Peter, also known as Simon. Simon got his changed name to Peter. Peter is the brother of Andrew, and he's the one who basically denied Jesus 3 times. He was like, no, I don't believe him. I believe him. No, I don't believe him. I believe him. No, I don't believe him. Still though, very quick to wrath, but yet he's my favorite apostle. I'll say that. Then there comes more from John. 3 more books of John on top of the other one. Then comes Jude, and then comes Revelation, which for a while was my favorite book of the Bible. By the way, if you're wondering, my favorite books of the Bible, let me think. My absolute favorite one has to be, I'd have to say that it's probably Matthew, Exodus, and Revelation. Those are my top 3 books of the Bible. Regardless, then comes Revelation, where John is at, I forget the name of the island he was on, so give me a second. Then there's John at Patmos, writing down the revelation he got from God, basically being like, hey yo, write this down. It's the ending of the world. The refrigerator is running, I'm sorry. Yeah, so basically that's what Revelations is. God was like, hey yo John, since you're the last one left, you need to see the ending of the world. So he just showed him everything, he wrote it, sent it out to the churches, and died peacefully. The other 12, however, didn't get that same luck. Now, while they don't tell you about how the apostles died in the Bible, it's historically known. The most famous ones are, for example, Peter, who was going to be crucified just like Jesus, but asked to be crucified upside down to not, because he thought he wasn't worthy of being executed the same way as his Lord and Savior. Then there's Matthew, who was burned alive. I know there was one who was skinned alive. I forget who it was. Then there's Andrew, who got crucified on an X. Then there's Judas, who after betraying Jesus for 30 silver coins, hung himself and had his intestines fall out from inside of him. Then there's, oh yeah, that's the thing too. Many people say it's 12 apostles. It's technically 13, because after Judas died and Jesus died, they found a replacement for Judas, which was, what was his name? I can't believe I just forgot his name. Anyway, they bring on a new apostle, and he probably also dies violently. They all die violently, except John at Patmos, I think. Then, of course, there's Jesus, who got crucified, and probably endured one of the worst deaths ever recorded in history. I'd say that's probably, yeah, it's definitely up there. If you go on YouTube and just look up the Passion of the Christ, that's literally nothing compared to what actually happened. There's more detailed analysis of what he was going through there. He was literally suffering from a condition. Listen to this, guys. Jesus was the word excruciating came from Jesus, because his death, like excruciating, came from crucifixion. The word excruciating came from Jesus's death, or at least the act of being crucified. That's where that word, that's its origins. Jesus suffered so much that he suffered from a condition where he was sweating blood. Can you imagine being like his rib cage was exposed, his arms were dislocated. When he was dying on the cross, he was actually asphyxiating because he had to, every time he pulled himself up, he was like scratching his back, his exposed back on the wood. And since he had to breathe, he had to go up, and he was just constantly getting his flesh torn off by the wood that was very splintery. And while all this was happening, probably suffering the worst death ever, he was still forgiving his, tormentors and forgiving people, like the penitent thief, which is the one that was beside him. He said, "You will join me today in paradise." And of course, what he said onto the Roman guards, to God about the Roman guards, "Forgive them, for they know not what they do." And I'd say it's probably there's a more touching story in history. I don't know what it is, because that's, it takes a lot of strength to literally ask for your enemies forgiveness while they're actively killing you, bro. That's and mocking you. They literally put King of the Jews on top of his, it's just so bad. Mary, his mother, and John were there at his feet while he was being crucified, and it's just then of course there's the resurrection where he came back after 3 days. He respawned, this time in creative, and basically went to everyone and was like, "Yeah, I'm alive. Here, look, I'm eating a fish. I'm alive." And everyone was just like, it's actually kind of humorous because I remember so many memes on the internet, imagine being one of the Roman guards, bro. Can you imagine that? There's actually 2 instances where you'd be crapping yourself. One would be the second he dies and it starts raining. The earth literally starts crumbling above you. Your homie goes up to poke him with a spear to make sure he's dead. Just so much water starts pouring on him, you'd be petrified. Then it's the second time where you're just the guard standing outside of the tomb, and all of a sudden your homie comes up "Hey, yo, he's not there no more." He's not there no more. I'd be petrified, honestly. Yeah, so I actually found myself laughing a lot of the time at some of the, not at the Bible, but just from imagining myself in the position of certain characters in the Bible, like Abraham's son. I couldn't imagine just going out, right, to do my, my sacrifice, my daily or weekly sacrifice with my father, and I'm like, "Hey, yo, where's the lamb at?" And my dad just says, "Oh, don't worry, God said the lamb will come." Just preparing the shank, just to stab you. It's so funny. He was so down for God. He was literally gonna kill his son. It just made me laugh so much because it's he had no hesitation in just lying to his son and being "Yeah, no, don't worry. God said the lamb would come to us." I just had such a good time reading this. It took me in total, I think, I ended it on the 25th, but I was reading the Bible 2 days before the start of the month, so in total it took me 27 days. And yeah, it was a really, really good book. So now I'm going to get into my second description of the book. That was more of a fictional standpoint. Now I'm going to take more of a historical standpoint. When Jesus died, the apostles, of course, kind of split up to go and preach the word all around the world. And I remember this very certain excerpt from Paul when he... Saul, when he crashed his horse and was practically blind and starving in the desert for 3 days, roaming around trying to find his bearings. And I remember this one character went into one of the cities and was literally hesitant. He was like, "My neck is out on the line. I could die doing this." And God came to him and was like, "They're not going to touch you. Don't worry." And that was just the part that stuck out to me. And it just really puts things into perspective on how this history was passed on throughout the generations through multiple languages, translations, and it's just from a historical standpoint, because I believe in the Bible and I am a Christian, it's very touching to see the effort and the suffering that was, had to be, experienced for me to be able to pick up this special edition gold, just a book that they would probably kill to have in that time. To just be able to order it on Amazon, have it here in 3 days, it just really puts things into perspective, because it's even nowadays in North Korea, you're caught with the Bible, your whole family's dead. That's horrible. I shouldn't really make fun of that, because it's a very tragic situation that even in some parts of the world today, there's not freedom of religion, and that my people, Christians, are executed just for their faith alone. And I'm sitting here reading the Bible in a month, enjoying it, while people, for just believing in this their whole lives, way more devoted than I am, have to suffer through it every day. And it just really puts things into perspective, and I'm grateful that I live in a place where I can have a book like this and have the pleasure of reading it whenever I want. And I'm gonna read it again and again and again all throughout my life, because this is a book I'm gonna revisit a lot. I'm not gonna revisit it in its full length this year because I have more reading to do. So yeah, let's get on to the books I'm gonna read next month. Alright, so here I have the books I'm planning on reading next month. The reason it's stacked weirdly is because it's in order of what I plan on reading, and just its order. So originally I wanted to read The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky this month. I wanted to read it this month, but there's probably not going to be enough time. I've read like 50 pages of this book, so that means I still have like, I don't know, 950 pages left. So I'm going to probably leave this for next month. Or I'll probably read like 200 more pages this month, 200, 300, 400 pages, and then kind of start off next month with this book half completed. So I'm gonna read this. Right now I can't really tell you much about the book because I've read too little. So look forward to this book next month. Then I'm gonna read one that I've been planning on reading for 4 months, because I bought this book and I said I'm putting it off. I have to read other books, but I forgot to put my glasses on. I feel like I've read enough classics to where I can kind of dedicate my time to some lesser books that are more for enjoyment. Because if I keep reading these classics, I'm gonna kind of lose the passion I've had for reading this last couple of months, because like it's gonna feel very forced. And I love Stephen King and I want to read his books, so I'm gonna read Salem's Lot. Salem's Lot is a book that I didn't even know the plot about. I actually only realized that it was a vampire story once I looked like at a trailer or a review or something. I don't remember which I saw first, but I didn't even know that this was a vampire story, so I can't wait to read this. This is definitely being read next month. Then I'm gonna read Carrie. I'm gonna try and read Stephen King, at least one of his novels every month from now to the end of the year, because I have a lot. I need to show you this actually. I'm gonna show this right now. I'm gonna cut. I go to Goodwill. I find a lot of good books there for relatively low prices, like $1 for paperbacks, $3 for hardcovers. Guys, I found the holy grail of Stephen King books. Roll the footage. Okay, so this is the day after, but shh, I'm lazy. I actually found something so cool today. It's Saturday, by the way. Boom! I found another It by Stephen King. It's like a 1990s version of It. This is clearly from the Tim Curry movie. It's paperback. And this will probably be the version I'm actually gonna read. So yeah, this is really cool that I found this today before making the video. This is... wow, what a golden find. Yeah, so I guess you could say I'm very fortunate. Funnily enough, this find came to me like a couple of days after I started reading the Bible. Coincidence? Probably, but I'd like to believe it's not. Anyway, the next book after Carrie, no more Stephen King for the month. Next month I'll read one book. I'm gonna keep it at one book. The reason I'm reading two is because I've been feeling the itch, man. Next book on the list is Niccolo Machiavelli's The Prince. Very short book. I don't know what it's about. Can't wait to read it. Then these next two books, bro. I've been itching to read these two books because I absolutely love the movie, the new movie, and it's Dune. This is actually a book I found in a Goodwill. While I already had Dune, it just feels nice having this other version that I can just, kind of mistreat. I'm not gonna mistreat it, but I mean, like, I can open it and not feel bad about breaking the spine on accident, so I'm gonna read this one and keep the other version kind of in pristine order. But I've been dying to read Dune. It's I read just the first page of this book the day I bought it, and I was so enthralled with the book that I let it go because I was still reading the Bible, and I was like, next month. Now, after Dune, I have Dune Messiah. This is basically the movies with Timothée Chalamet. Both movies are just this book. If they make a third movie, it would be about this book. This is much shorter, and it's basically just, I don't know. I don't know. And then the last book for next month is gonna be, drumroll please, Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. I'm really excited to read this book too. I might not read it next month. I don't know. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I technically don't have to read it next month. I could do this for after April, but I just wanna. I wanna read it, guys. Come on, it's Marcus Aurelius. It's. Let me just read what's on the back of this book so that you can be enthralled into reading it too. Someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake in any thought or action. I shall gladly change. I seek the truth, which never harmed anyone. The harm is to persist in one's own self-deception and ignorance. And this comes from Meditations 6:21. It's right there in the back. I don't know if you can see that too well. I bought this book and it arrived, I don't know, recently. I originally wanted to read Blood Meridian and The Road by Cormac McCarthy, but I think I'm gonna have to save that for after April as well, because there's just too many books. Maybe if I finish all of this, which I doubt, next month, and there's still time, I'll probably read The Road, because I've really wanted to get into Cormac McCarthy, because I love No Country for Old Men. That movie is really good. I plan on reading the book someday, and I have Blood Meridian now, which came with Meditations, and I have The Road, which I found at Goodwill for $1. Can you believe it? Yeah, I know, me neither. So maybe if I read this and there's still enough time in the month, I'll probably read Cormac McCarthy, but if there's not, hey, there's nothing I can do about it. I'll save it for the month after April. And that's it for the book portion. Yeah. You're probably disappointed that I only read one book, but I'm still in time. I'm still technically ahead of the curve. So let's go on to the kind of life update portion of the video. Alright, wow, the lighting is horrible here. Where can I go? So apparently someone decided to start cutting their lawn today. Also, my camera's about to die, holy crap. On the weight loss, I'm gonna make this quick. I'm at 293. You might be saying, bro, you gained weight. No, the other scale was broken, and apparently it got rid of 10 pounds that just weren't there. So I was originally at 331, not 321. So technically this month I lost 10 pounds too. So that's all I'm going to talk about. Yeah, the scale was broken, now it's not, and I still lost 10 pounds. So far I've lost what, 30-40 pounds. Things are looking up. Things are looking up. Okay, I gotta do this quickly before the camera dies. For the YouTube updates, I plan on doing some videos without face cam. Today I released Minecraft Nostalgic Edition Part 2, and I want to play Overgrowth for the channel, and I'm soon gonna get my license this April, so I'm gonna make it my first ever vlog on my own for the first time in the world, me driving, going to my favorite stores like Goodwill, Barnes & Noble, Guitar Center. So look forward to that somewhere in April. I don't know when. Okay, I'm gonna go edit this now. We gotta be quick here. Is that good? That's a little bit too high. Okay, so I'm gonna have to hope the audio sounds good here, or else this video's just cooked. Alright, y'all, so this is currently being recorded April 25th or 26th. And if you remember last time, books I read this month, books I want to read next month. We're gonna move 3 of these over here because I plan on reading these this month. It's just that I had to make the video because I need like 4 days to edit this. It's just insane. So I'm just gonna put these right here behind it. So this isn't necessarily in order of which I read, but I'll just start naming out the books as I spread them out. Dune by Frank Herbert. Dune Messiah by Frank Herbert. Carrie by Stephen King. Salem's Lot by Stephen King. The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. It's like 4 pages. It's just a collection of his stories, okay? The Lottery by Shirley Jackson. Fascism and Democracy by George Orwell. The complete stories of Ernest Hemingway. I specifically read The Snows of Kilimanjaro. Blood Meridian by Cormac McCarthy. The Road by Cormac McCarthy. Notes from Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. And last book for this video, Corpho by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Alright, you should know the premise by now. Let's get to book 1.
Give me your fucking money!
Alright, so book 1 this month was The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. It took me about 9 days to read. And God, this book is amazing, bro. So basically, to give a short summary, I'm not going to feature spoilers here because I probably have some friends that haven't read it and they do want to read it and I don't want to ruin it for them. This is one of the greatest books ever written, right behind Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky. And it's about this Russian family. It's a family drama about these 3 brothers and their father. The father, Fyodor, is kind of like a gambler. He's practically a whore. He just throws these massive orgies. They're basically 18th century ditty parties. But yeah, he's just that. Then there's the son Ivan, who is an extreme atheist. Then there's Alyosha, who is the representative of good in the novel, aka the good Christian boy. And then there is Dmitri. He's the most realistic character. He's like the most realistic because he is in love with the same woman his father is, and they're both pursuing her. Well, and he also wants his father's inheritance. And then technically there's a 4th brother, Smerdyakov, I think is his name, right? Is that it? No, it's Smerdyakov. The other one I said was Crime and Punishment, my bad. They're after the same woman, Grushenka. And that's all I'm going to say about this book. 10 out of 10. One of the greatest novels ever written. I actually remember this one interview with Jordan Peterson with this one, I think he's a psychiatrist, where they said that there's definitely a case to be made for that being the greatest book ever written. Alright, so the next book I read was Salem's Lot by Stephen King. Now, this book took me around 2 to 3 days to read, and it was very entertaining. I enjoyed it a lot. No, actually, I think I read it all in one day. I think I actually read this entire book in one day. What am I talking about? I read this book the same day. I think it took me 2 days. The same day I finished it, I also read Carrie. So, you know what? I'm just going to talk about these 2 books at the same time. There we go. Books 2 and 3. Let's change it up. Salem's Lot is about a man named Ben Miller, right? I'm already forgetting the name. No, Ben Mears. And he's a writer, and he goes back to this town where he once knew as a kid, and it's Jerusalem's Lot. It's just shortened to Salem's Lot. And it's basically a big vampire story, and I'm not really going to get into it because I didn't even know this was his 2nd novel. But I read it, and I just went into it blind. I actually didn't even know it was a vampire story until I looked it up online and saw a huge Nosferatu-looking vampire on one of the old movie trailers. But overall, I really enjoyed this book, and yeah, it's a good one. Then the next book I read was Carrie. If you don't know the story of Carrie, brother, you're cooked. It's basically a glorified school shooting. No, I'm just kidding. It's about this girl who gets bullied. It's about her mother who has extreme religious faith, and she kind of goes crazy one day with her telekinetic powers and kills everyone at the prom. Yes, I just spoiled this book. It's been out for so long and it's so famous. If you haven't watched it, it's your fault at this point. Okay, so I actually kind of got the order wrong. Before Salem's Lot and Carrie, I read 4 other books. I got the order completely wrong. Okay, let's just do books. Screw it, I'm not reordering it. Books 4 through 7. The book I actually read after The Brothers Karamazov is The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. It's like 4 pages. I'm not even going to tell you. Go read it right now. Close out of this video and just go read those 4 pages so you can get the story yourself. I'm not even telling you what it's about. That's just dumb. Just go read it. It's one of the most famous poems of all time. Come on now. The next story I read was The Lottery, and while it's still a really short book, I will describe it a little bit. It's not the most traditional lottery. I think it doesn't really reveal itself to the very end, but I'm pretty sure these guys are playing the lottery with their lives. The next book is one of George Wells' this is all I got. Essays. He made a lot of essays in his time. This one specifically is Fascism and Democracy. I'm pretty sure you can guess what it's about. But yeah, I mean, it's just a glorification of socialism more than democracy or fascism. So, I mean, George Orwell was a known socialist, so the more you know. Okay, so the next book I read is Ernest Hemingway's The Snows of Kilimanjaro. It's basically about this writer who gets sick with gangrene on the mountain of Kilimanjaro. He thinks he's going to be saved. He leaves his wife behind. In reality, they're just flying over Kilimanjaro. He dies. If you want more philosophical context on that, go read the book yourself. Man, I kind of hate that I messed up the list order. So, let's get it straight now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're on book 8 now.
What are you doing?
Alright, so the next book I read was Cormac McCarthy's The Road. This is book 8. I read this in like 2 days. The words are really big. I recommend anyone just go and buy this book. The movie that they made is about the same, and it's really good too, but the read is just so good, man. It's basically a post-apocalyptic world where like it's so bad that animals are practically extinct, and it's about this father and his son traveling through the post-apocalyptic wasteland filled with cannibals and degenerates, and how they survive. And it gets to such a point where like he asks his son that if he gets caught, not to shoot the people, but to shoot himself. I remember when I was reading that part of the book, I was so immersed that for a second I forgot I was reading, and the words were just flying off the page into my eyes, and I was just registering them as if I was there with them in that very room, hearing him say that to his own son. This is probably one of the best reads of the month, not necessarily out of quality or out of philosophical context, but just out of pure enjoyment, out of pure jest. This book is the one to read, people. This book is the one to read. Alright, so book 9 was Notes from the Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This book is basically about the underground man. He is a very bitter man. He considers himself an intellectual. I'm about to ruin the story. Shout out to this guy's channel, by the way. He does really good summaries and just explanations of philosophical context within books. Notes from Underground is about the underground man. He considers himself an extreme intellectual, and it's him like remembering his life before he kind of just... I'll explain the plot through what he says. He was invited to a party where he was just messing around with his friends. He found himself with this prostitute, and he tried to defame her, telling her that she's a whore, this, that, and the other. He left her money in the counter, and she just walked away. Didn't accept it. By the time he went out to go see her, it was too late. And I think that is one of the greatest tutorials on how to destroy your life. And I think it's a really enjoyable read, and I recommend it to everyone. This man's books are so good. Alright, so the next book I read, again, Fyodor Dostoevsky, Poor Folk. This is his first ever novel, and I went into this expecting it to be not bad, but mediocre, because it's everyone's first work. Has to be some type of cringe, right? This man made the first Russian social novel as his first book. I'm not even going to spoil this. All I'm going to say is that it had me completely immersed. I read it in about a day, and I was so enamored and enthralled by this book. It's basically, it's a bunch of letters. The book is composed in the format of letters. You're receiving letters from the main character and from, like, you know, it's just like, it's a really good read. It's a really good read. I'm not going to ruin it, though. I'm only going to ruin a set number of books here, because it would be really mean of me to just ruin this book for you. It really would.
He never sleeps. He says that he will never die. He dances in light and in shadow, and he is a great favorite. He never sleeps, the judge. He is dancing, dancing. He says that he will never die.
And for the hardest read of the month, we have Blood Meridian by Cormac McCarthy. This has to be one of the most violent books I've ever read. To give a brief summary, again, spoilers, Blood Meridian is about this kid who leaves his home from Tennessee, and he is thrown into the midst of a scalping gang in Mexico. They scalp for money, and they cut off ears, they do all this, and he gets just thrown into this group where the main antagonist, they're all antagonists, everyone in this story is an antagonist, but the main bad is Judge Holden. Judge Holden, there is no better way to explain him rather than just saying he's the devil. Judge Holden, I believe, is the Abrahamic devil, as said by the Vile Eye on YouTube. I believe that Judge Holden is one of the greatest villains ever written. Yes, even better than Anton Chigurh, another villain written by Cormac McCarthy. There is a fire truck. Anyway, this book was a really good read. I'm not going to spoil the ending, though, but Judge Holden as a character, honestly, this book isn't as violent as people say. I'd say the atrocities is the part that scarred me the most, but in terms of violence, the most we see is really like the scalping and some descriptions of things that happens to kids. But like any one of the 3 Terrifier movies, you can watch it and be more disturbed by it than some of the stuff that comes out in this book. Honestly, the worst part of it, honestly, the worst part of this book is when every time this man, Judge Holden, and his gang entered, by the way, he's not even the leader of the gang, but you can tell he is. He just tells the freaking guy. It's actually Glanton's gang, but you can tell Judge just whispers behind his ear. He's like the little devil on your shoulder, the silver-tongued devil. This man comes out with so many words that I just read and didn't know what they meant. So he was definitely the silver-tongued devil. There's this one quote that's so famous from the book. Whatever in existence lives without my knowledge exists without my consent. I might have butchered that saying a little bit. I don't know if those are the exact words, but I remember I read that and I practically went into a catatonic shock. No, but tell me why every time this man Glanton and his gang walked into a town, a child went missing, and if he wasn't found dead, they were found, I can't say that word on YouTube.
Kakali Hurai Jahaish.
Do you think you could have a chance? It's not the Josh. She Hochausic.
So the next book I read after Blood Meridian was Dune. This book took me around 4 days to complete. I'd say it's very identical to the movie, both parts, except there's like 3 key differences. I'm about to spoil all of Dune. In the book, there's 3 main differences. I'd say that the first difference is this whole arc where Jessica is presumed to be the traitor by Gurney. They just kind of cut that out of the movie, and I understand why, because it gets resolved so easily. Might as well just keep that out of the book. Then there's the fact that the Fremen not only keep the water just out of sacrifice, but also to build their new paradise, their green paradise. They actually are keeping the water for that purpose. That was just completely glossed over in the new movie with Timothée Chalamet. And then the last difference is kind of the ending. The ending, it doesn't really end with Jessica's mother, Jessica, Paul's mother saying, and now the holy war begins, and like that. The best lines from the movie weren't in the book, like my Arrakis, my Dune. I'm pretty sure that's the, you know. Anyway, that's not in the book. Lead them to paradise, that's not in the book. But honestly, the ending of the book is kind of worse than the movie. The book just ends with Shani accepting herself as the role of the concubine, and Paul's mother telling her, in history, we will only be known as concubines. Which, wow, what a way to end the book. I'm not disappointed by it, but I would prefer the movie version better. That ending was just so golden. But yeah, just watch the movie. The movie is worth it. The movie probably does it way more justice than a lot of other adaptations. Alright, the next book I read was Dune Messiah. I literally read this book yesterday, 336 pages, but the words are really big, so. Warning! There's a bird up here, just gonna crap on my head, huh? I'm about to spoil Dune Messiah. This is what the next movie is gonna be about. If you do not want to be spoiled for the Dune Part 3, click off this video. Dude, this bird is trying to ruin my day. Dune Messiah is basically the continuation of Dune, and if I'm being honest, the first 100 pages I found to be so boring, but I stuck through it. The first 100 pages is basically, the book starts off with an interview of one of the deniers of Paul and his religion, and then the next like 50 pages are his wife Erlin, the girl he marries at the end of the second movie, kind of plotting and scheming against him with the Reverend Mother and this new character who I can't remember his name for the life of me. I know his name, I just can't say it. I can't remember how to pronunciate it, but it begins with S. I'm just putting it on the screen. And then after those 50 pages, it's like Paul talking with Shani, and then Duncan Idaho gets revived stupidly and has his name changed to Hyatt. Then there's also his sister Alia, who was born, and they really demonized this man Paul. I get that they wanted to make him an unlikable character, but really, lusting over his sister? Really? That's what we're doing now. I can live with the fact that he killed 61 billion people and sterilized 90 planets, but we're really gonna go push the line to incest, brother? Really? Yeah, there's also like the famous Hitler line where he compares himself to Hitler and says 6 million. That's nothing on me. Yeah, they really make you hate this dude. Anyway, the big climax of the book is really a nuke goes off and Paul loses his vision. And kind of like in the Matrix with Neo, he no longer can see through his eyes, but instead of being able to see through the Matrix, he has this like other hearing through the his like, I already forgot the word of it, but basically he can see without his eyes. By the end of the novel, he does lose this ability though, and the Fremen custom is, if you are blind, you have to go out to the desert for one of the worms to eat you. But before doing that, his 2 children that were birthed from Shani died in childbearing. His 2 children, this one is way more fresh in my mind because I just read it, by the way. His wife dies in child labor, and this assassin comes to kill his 2, his son and his daughter, his twins. And for a second, even though he's blind, he can see through his own son's eyes, which he named Duke Leto after his father. He sees through his eyes and saves his children, and then the book ends with him going off to the desert to die, and Duncan Idaho's clone falling in love with his sister Alia, I'm pretty sure. That's the way I read it. It literally says love me, so I'm guessing that they really fell in love. And that's the end of the book. I found it not to be the greatest book. I mean, the book starts with his own son, Frank Herbert's son, saying this is one of his most controversial works. But I want to see how this is adapted to the big screen, because it's not, there's barely any fights. Like, if it wasn't for one poem in the book, I would have forgotten about the worms, because they were literally never mentioned until like the last 50 pages.
Victory Screech!
Alright, and for the last book I read, I literally finished this at like 12 last night. The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. This is my second book by H.G. Wells. The first one was The Invisible Man, and while I liked this one, I liked that one, I didn't really like this one. This is a solid 5 out of 10. Now, don't castrate me, alright? I don't know, I'm about to spoil the book, by the way. Even though it's extraordinarily realistic for the Martians to get wiped out by common bacteria on our planet, I found it kind of overwhelming that the first 100 pages are just pure panic. Everyone's dying! Jim got his leg blown off! My brother, oh my god! And then like, by the end of the book, he's just walking around. They're all dead from common bacteria. You're telling me that me and you right now can just cough on these guys and we're scared of them? No. No, that was so underwhelming for me. Even though it's the most realistic ending, I kind of like the plot. I would have been happier if he was actually the last man alive. But no, he goes back home. Oh my god, my wife and my cousin are alive. We can repopulate now. No. Hopeless endings. I want this man to be the last person on Earth. No, but for real, it's a good book. I can appreciate what it did for sci-fi. It really laid the seed for everything that came afterwards. And I can appreciate its effect on our culture. And H.G. Wells is the GOAT, man. To write this in like 1889 or whatever, you gotta be 1898. You gotta be like some different type of species. He is a Martian. Alright, and this is a new section. This month I am gonna read these 3 books here. The Pearl by John Steinbeck, The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli, and Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. Alright, so I hope you guys enjoyed the book review. Now we're going to go on to the section of what I'm going to read next month. Next month is going to be way more like philosophy. It's going to be oriented towards philosophy. So I'm just going to name out the books one by one. Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor E. Frankl. Bushido, The Code of the Samurai. The Stranger by Albert Camus. I'm new to atheist philosophy, so I'm excited to see this. This is a necessary philosophy. This is one I'm going to read if I do finish all these books. The Red and the Black by Stendhal. My dad recommended this book. He said it's really good. He gave me a brief summary of like half the book and it completely hooked me. So I'm gonna hope I can get around to this book. This is the first book I'm gonna read next month. The Last Days of Socrates by Plato. The Politics by Aristotle. I found this book in Goodwill. What a golden find. Thus Spake Zarathustra by Nietzsche. Epictetus's How to Live. This one isn't necessary philosophy, but I want to read Fyodor Dostoevsky at least once a month, every month, so that I can finish all of his books by like 2026. And this is The House of the Dead. On the Nature of Things. I don't even know who this is about. On the Nature of Things by Titus Lucretius Carus. I know this is a really famous book, so I can't wait to get around to it. The Republic by Plato. This is probably the next book I'm going to read after The Last Days of Socrates. I heard it's really good. Rhetoric by Aristotle. And the last book I have here is Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. This is a very nice cover I bought for myself on Amazon, bro. I can't wait to read all these books. Alright, y'all, so I'm currently in the car, but I kind of forgot to weigh myself this morning, so I'm gonna get to the house and tell you what I weigh later. So yeah, sorry about that.
Yep, so this is my weight this month. We're doing good.
And for the channel updates, I'm gonna be recording one scary game this month. And that's really it. I'm gonna try and get a schedule one video out, Breaking Bad edition, like the full, like a good chunk of that game. And yeah, that's it. Be looking forward to that. I need to wrap this up so that I can go do something real quick. See y'all. Hello. I'm currently recording this video with the Osmo Pocket 3 or whatever, so maybe the audio sounds different. There's a new mic, new camera. That right behind me, that window, that's my bedroom. All right, so we're here to talk about book review 5. So last month I predicted I would read a gazillion books. Turns out I only read 4. I know, I'm ashamed of myself too. I'm gonna get into it more on the channel update stuff, but let's just get started with the first book. Alright, so the first book of the month technically isn't the first book of the month. It's actually a book from last month that I finished last month, but I'm going to talk about it here. And that book is John Steinbeck's The Pearl. From Steinbeck this year, I've only read Of Mice and Men. The Pearl, I'm not going to get into it a lot because this is technically not this month's book, but since I didn't talk about it last month, this is a book about a family who find this very precious pearl. And it's worth a lot of money, and spoiler alert, in their journey to sell it, it all goes wrong. Like their house burns down, they have to flee their town or village, and it ends with the dad killing his own son on accident. It's a very tragic story about greed, and you know, I may have gotten that backwards. I think it was the dad who killed his own son with a misfire, but I think it could have also been the enemies. Like I know he got killed by like not a ricochet, but like, you know, a misfired bullet that went in the wrong direction. I think it was the dad who killed him, though. I can't remember now specifically. I'll rate it an 8 out of 10. I really liked it, honestly. This was a very good read.
You know that it would be untrue.
Okay, sound-wise.
You know that I would be alive if I was to say to you, girl, we couldn't get much higher. Yeah.
All right, so book 2 is quite a good one. Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. Now you may be wondering why I put The Doors as the little meme for this book, but that's because, as most people know, not most people, very few people, The Doors was inspired by Aldous Huxley. The reason they have that name is because of Aldous Huxley's book, The Doors of Perception in Heaven and Hell, which is a book I haven't read, but I plan on reading someday. So yeah, that's just a meme. Anyway, about the book. This book is so good. I actually read this during a very difficult time this month. Not to really get into that stuff now, let's just say that this book held my attention in a very rough time. So it's basically very dystopian, of course. I mean, this guy inspired Orwell. This was written before Orwell wrote Animal Farm or 1984. Hell, in this book, in the back section, it shows a letter from Huxley to Orwell, I believe. The book talks about let's see, how do I say this? It's not eugenics. Well, it is eugenics, but human cell manipulation. And this was written at a time, this was before World War II, guys, and he was talking about, like, oh my god, man. It's actually considered utopian. Didn't know that. I don't really want to spoil this book because I have friends who haven't read it and they probably should, and let's just say it gets very weird. I don't know if I like it necessarily, but I appreciate it and I would read it again. But would I pick this up for enjoyment? No. This is a book that will have you thinking. It'll have you looking at the wall and contemplating everything, all right? So I'd recommend this if you're familiar with, let's say, Orwell's work, or, you know, you can really handle it, because this book is a lot. It's very depressing. It had me, like, it's so sad. It is a masterpiece, though. I'll definitely give it, like, a 7 out of 10. I know, below The Pearl. Simply because it's not that I didn't enjoy reading it. It's that while I was reading it, it was like, oh my god. It was so dark.
Socrates. Hey, we know that name. Yeah. Hey, look him up. Oh, it's under Socrates.
All right, so book 3, technically book 2 of the month, is The Last Days of Socrates. I really enjoyed this book, y'all. This is basically Plato's recount of his master in his final days. Plato was a student of Socrates. Socrates actually never wrote anything. It was Plato who documented it most of all. So, I mean, yeah, this basically tells of Socrates' last days. To talk more on the book, my favorite part has to be the first book. I don't know how to say this guy's name for the life of me. Euphrado, I believe. He's on trial, not on trial, but he's trying to defend his father for a supposed murder. And I just found that to be the most engaging part of this book, besides the end where, of course, Socrates drinks the poison and is thrown into the river. This is a beautiful book, and I'd recommend it for anyone. Pure Greek philosophy. It's not the most convoluted or complicated book in terms of really delving into philosophy. It's very easy to follow, and the ideas aren't the most complex thing I've ever read. So yeah, I definitely recommend this one. This is definitely a 9 out of 10. This is a really quality literature here, and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Начали кричать, избивать меня по ребрам.
Alright, so these next two books I actually read today. I'll get into why at the channel update part. So this book that I literally just got done finishing today is called The House of the Dead by Fyodor Dostoevsky, one of my favorite authors, first off. And this is sort of autobiographical because it's about a man in a Siberian prison, which, as we know, Fyodor Dostoevsky was actually imprisoned in a Siberian prison after a mock execution because he was found with a socialist group. But I'm pretty sure none of that is mentioned here. I just read it, so it's sort of fictional in that sense, but a lot of accounts must have been real. And I don't really want to get into the book to ruin it, but I will say a couple things. I have 4 specific parts tagged, and I just want to talk about one of them because it honestly had me laughing because it was so similar to another book that I really like. And there's a character in here called Gazin, who is for lack of a better words, a child murderer who's very tall, very cruel, and highly intelligent with a smile that portrays cruelty. So automatically my first thought was Judge Holden. But I delved into some research immediately after reading that page. It's around page 49. Turns out Cormac McCarthy's one of his favorite books is The Brothers Karamazov, which we read last month, I believe. I think it was last month. So it comes of no surprise that, of course, he was inspired by an actual Indian scalper, right? Not Indian scalper. He scalped like Mexicans, I think. It's whatever. He was actually inspired by that, and that's how he made Blood Meridian. While I believe his favorite book was Brothers Karamazov, maybe he read this book. It's not out of the realm of belief. The man was highly intelligent and read a lot of books, so maybe he read this one and somehow subconsciously, registered it. I looked it up online to see if anyone had made the comparison, and no one has. I'll read an excerpt from that specific part right now. I'm sorry, I just had to talk about this because it had me so... Is that a mouse? Holy crap, I think that's a mouse. Oh no, that's a really fat lizard. Holy crap. He had been fond of murdering small children simply for pleasure. He would lure the child to some convenient spot, begin by terrifying and tormenting it, and after enjoying to the full the shuddering terror of the poor little victim, he would kill it with a knife slowly, with deliberation and enjoyment.
What? What did you just say? Death just shows the ultimate absurdity of life.
What is this?
Alright, book 5 and the final book of the month, sadly, is The Stranger by Albert Camus. I read this not 20 minutes before coming out here and recording this video. Clearly, I was told to read this book by no one. I remember the episode from The Sopranos where AJ becomes an atheist and Meadow says, oh, he got told to read The Stranger. So considering that I'm a Christian, I wanted to delve this month more into some atheist philosophy just to, you know, have full sides of the stories. This book is not nearly as, you know, depressing as I thought it would. It's pessimistic, sure, but not to the extent that would turn anyone into an atheist. Like, you already had to have those tendencies beforehand to let this book sculpt you. If you would have given me 3 million years to guess the direction of the story, I went into this blind. I would have never believed it was a prison story, a jury story. It's a court drama, basically, and a very good one. This is actually my favorite book of the month. Basically, it follows this character whose mom died, and he ends up killing this Arab. He shoots him once, and then he shoots him again, and again, and again, and then once more. And then he is convicted, he is thrown into jail, and he has this big trial. It does nothing for him, he's guilty, and he spends the rest of his life in prison. Funnily enough, the entire time during part 2, in my head, I envisioned him as Joel Goldberg in season 5 of You. I said Jew, oh my god. Of You, when he had the buzz cut. That's what I was imagining in my head the entire time for the main character. And yeah, I really enjoyed this book. This is my favorite book of the month, and I'll probably rate it a 10 out of 10, honestly. This is a very solid book. So yeah, let's get on to the channel updates. Alright, y'all, so this is probably going to be even longer than last segment. There's been a lot of life updates. Some unfortunate, some more fortunate than others. So let's start with the bad. I've recently been handling some serious issues outside of my YouTube channel. It has to do a lot with hospitals, and that's as much as I'm going to get into it, but it's definitely driven away my intention from reading more than anything else. It's completely left me destitute in the sense of, you know, enriching my not just vocabulary but intelligence. But yeah, there was like 2 weeks this month where I just couldn't read. I was just completely out of the loop because I just couldn't concentrate on anything. The most I would read is like a page, and it was not in me this month. So I'm probably not going to make any more gaming videos till I can afford an extra terabyte storage space, and I need to get a new memory, new terabyte, and then when I do get all that, I'm still only going to be making like 3-4 minute horror videos, like short term videos, because I'm kind of throwing in the towel here. I'm getting kind of burnt out on YouTube gaming. I've been putting so much work into videos, some 16-hour editing sessions for 30 views. I'm not really reaping any rewards from this, so I don't really want to put more effort into it because this is just the sunk cost fallacy at this point. The more time I invest, the more I want to just finish it off to see maybe I hit a lucky strike like this, the lottery or something, and I just don't want to do that anymore, man. I just don't want to do that. If I do make videos this month, they'll probably be tiny video essays, and I actually wanted to start a new series where, let's say I read a really good book, I'm gonna dedicate a whole video to it like this, because I feel like there's been a lot of books throughout these 5 months that I've just wanted to elaborate more on, but I can't, because if not, the videos would be hours long, and that wouldn't be practical for me in an editing perspective, and also in a perspective of keeping not just engagement, but making the video watchable. You guys are not gonna watch a 2-hour video on 10 books. That's just not gonna happen. So if I find a very remarkable book in the next month, in between the month before, like between each book review, I want to implement my own video on that book alone. Kind of inspired by this channel, Unsolicited Advice. I keep plugging that dude. He's super intelligent, one of the great thinkers of our time, clearly. I very much enjoy his style of content, and I want to do that myself. The first video I want to talk about, let's see. I want to talk about Franz Kafka's Metamorphosis, because I just absolutely adore that book. And you know what? I'll make a video on it, you know? It's just something that's gonna happen. So, that's gonna be it for the channel updates. I don't really have anything else to say. I'm currently through the process of selling 2 guitars and an amp. That way I can afford some games and more books. And yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. I got a haircut. You probably can't tell just by looking at me, but yeah, I got my haircut super short. It was reaching here, y'all. I just felt like doing it because I haven't had it this short in like, I don't know. Is it 5 years? Yeah, so that's on the haircut. You could probably already tell via my profile picture, but I don't care. All right, on to the final segment of the video. This is gonna be my shortest book review, The Weight Loss. I've been breaking every day. Like I said, it's been a very stressful month for me. There's been a lot of ongoing developments in my life, and that has left me to kind of abandon my diet. But nonetheless, apparently it's working. I'm at 283, y'all. That's technically, I'm technically still losing weight, and it looks too. Like this shirt, like look at how flappy it is on me. Like the net, I'm clearly doing something right. I haven't broken in the last couple days. I'm like, next month is gonna be better, y'all. Speaking of which, all the books that I wanted to read this month from last month's video. So what I'm gonna do is, instead of reading Les Miserables and the Lord of the Rings trilogy next month, I'm just gonna make next month a continuation of this month, and I'm gonna also focus it on philosophy, because like I said, I only read 4 books this month, y'all. So that's what I'm gonna do, and if I have time after reading all those books, maybe I'll try and get into Les Miserables, but next month is just gonna be, you know, more philosophy, because I did not do as good as I wanted to this month. So yeah, that's gonna be the video. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see y'all next month, or in between the month, talking about more books. See y'all. All right. I should probably turn that fan off. Let's, I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna, hello. So, book review 6. We're doing this from the comfort of my own abode. Oh my God. There's so many books this month, so I'm just gonna jump into it. As you can tell, I'm not combing my hair. These are the glasses I've chosen. Very professional look. It's also the same shirt from last month, so I didn't shower for a month, you know, because I'm wearing the same shirt. Just a whole month. Never showered, not once, so. Let's start with the first book here.
I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna be butt ass naked so the wind could just be hitting my balls and shit. Hey, bro, watch your jet. Watch your jet, bro. Watch your jet!
This is extreme level Jenga here. Ooh, but I'm the Jenga master. So first book of the month, The Little Prince. I know a lot of you are gonna hear this and think I'm joking, but this is literally one of the greatest books I have ever read. And my new philosophy when it comes to these videos is that I don't want to even mention the story of these books, because I don't want to ruin them for anybody. I've got a friend who watches the channel. He probably wants to read a good amount of these books I'm going to discuss here, and I'd hate to be the one to spoil the entire plot of all these books for him, or just anyone in the audience. It could be any one of you. But this book, it's the ultimate tale for anyone. Anyone can read this book and relate to it. The author was this like pilot, and he crashed, and that inspired this book. It's technically a children's book. Yes, it's got pictures, but do not be fooled by illustrations. This book is very mature. I mean, I was very depressed the entire time reading it. This had a profound effect on me. I was extraordinarily sad reading this book, and I can't even explain why. I mean, I read this book and I still don't understand every intricate detail and point that the book was even trying to portray or say. I still don't really get it. And it's not because I'm not intelligent, it's because this book has so many ways of interpreting it, and there's so many messages just embedded into it that you just got to read it for yourself, and I think anyone would massively benefit from this type of book. Very short, you could read it in one sitting. It's 86 pages. But, you know, don't let that make you not want to read it because you're not taking it seriously. This is a book definitely worth reading, and I will definitely be rereading it several times during my life, because I imagine I'm going to read it differently every time, because there's just so many ways to interpret every single little part of this book. And The Little Prince is just honestly a great character. I really liked reading him. All right, book 2. The second book of the month is Beowulf. Holy crap, do not let the size fool you. This is actually only half a book, because the way they made this is that to the left page, it's the original language, and then over here is the English translation. Fun fact, this was J.R.R. Tolkien, one of his favorite books, and there's a lot of inspiration here. And he was actually translating it. It was one of his life's works. I don't think he ever got around to fully translating it, or maybe he did, I forgot. But one of my favorite things to do when I read a book is to go online and just look up summaries of it, not because I'm an idiot and didn't understand what happened, but just because I like to see people talk about the book and just the entire plot laid down in a 10-20 minute concise video, just to give myself a jogger and also just to see that I saw everything correctly the way it was meant to. And this book is so good. There's a specific video on YouTube about it, and the summary is just so good. And I didn't need the video to tell me this, but J.R.R. Tolkien was definitely inspired by this. As you know, I read The Hobbit earlier this year, and The Hobbit, the whole dragon in the cave protecting the gold, is just straight up ripped off from this book, but not in a way that's malicious, but rather the way Tarantino copies the scene. It's very authentic and very genuine, how do I say this word? I'm blanking. It's very genuine. It doesn't feel like they're just robbing it for the sake of robbing it, but rather imitating it in a playful manner that's out of love and not malicious intent to just not have to work and just steal it really quick. But you can tell J.R.R. Tolkien was heavily inspired by this book, and I absolutely love Beowulf. That is one of the greatest characters ever written, bro. I can't ruin the book. I can't ruin the ending of what happens to Beowulf. But let's just say that the entire narrative structure of the book, it's raining. The whole narrative structure of the book is amazing. I love the battles. I love how there's a whole lineage, like a family tree back here. And honestly, the summary really helped me interpret the book in a better way. Without the summary that I watched for this video, for this book, I probably would have left with a completely altered imagination on what the book was even trying to entail. I just hit the mic, I'm sorry.
You didn't have to cut me off.
All right, and the third book of the month is where we finally start delving into philosophy like I said I planned on doing. And the first philosophical book that I even picked up was Discourses by Epictetus. I know this also features the Enchiridion, but I read that earlier in the year. So I just, read the main Discourses segment of this book, which I bookmarked the hell out of, as you can see. Let me check. Like, look at how many bookmarks I have on there. It's a crazy amount, but this man was really ahead of the curve when it came to giving advice. I know those YouTube tutorials on how to improve your life would have gone crazy. Let me read a segment here. It's hard to read in these classes. How we should struggle against appearances. Every habit and faculty is maintained and increased by the corresponding actions. The habit of walking by walking, the habit of running by running. If you would be a good reader, read. If a writer, write. But when you shall not have read for 30 days in succession, but have done something else, you will know the consequence. That's just facts, okay? I mean, what more can I say from this book? Go read it. I recommend actually reading the Enchiridion first, because it's shorter, more concise, and overall helps you more in life. But this is basically the Enchiridion if he delved into the topics even more heavily so, because this book is about 200 something pages, right? It's about, it's just grazing 207 pages or something. Yeah, it's 204 pages. You guys could read this. I read it in about 3 days and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So yes, I do recommend Epictetus. I'm trying to say his name Epictetus, which I know is the right way, but Epictetus just sounds so much more cooler, bro. I'm sorry. I might just switch it to Epictetus, even though that might not be exactly the correct way of saying his name. Alright, so the fourth book of the month is No Longer Human. And since I did a whole summary of this book separately, sorry for hitting the mic again, outside of this video, I'm not going to really reiterate what I said in that video. You can just go watch it. It was like my second to last video or whatever. Great book, Yozo Oba, rest in peace Osamu Dazai, considering, he took himself out the same way his character attempted to in this book. It's a great book about humanity and the lack thereof. So that's all I'm going to say of this book. Definitely a top read of the month. This was a very good book and I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was amazing. Alright, now we're getting into actually some juicy bits. Holy crap. Just turned on my PS3 on accident. That sucks. Oh, it turned itself off. Okay. crisis averted, the PlayStation 3 turned itself off. I don't know if that's good or bad. The next book of the month, the 5th book, is Thus Spake Zarathustra by Nietzsche, another philosophical-esque book. I guess you could count No Longer Human as philosophical, but I wouldn't. Not like this or Discourses. This is my first real dig at atheist philosophy, because I guess you could count The Stranger by Albert Camus, but Nietzsche. It doesn't get more nihilistic and depressing, and this is as atheist could be. So without spoiling this book, Zarathustra is the new god of the world. He's the second coming of the old Zarathustra, who now roams the world proclaiming that God is dead. That's the famous book. That's one of my favorite parts of this book, not because it's a beautiful saying by any degree of the word. I'm a Christian. I wouldn't dare speak this in reality, but just out of the context of the story of Zarathustra coming across the old man singing hymns in the woods when he invites him to come pray with him. I just love the line. When Zarathustra was alone, however, he said to his heart, "Could it be possible? This old saint in the forest had not yet heard of it, that God is dead." It's like he says it with such conviction, as if it's a matter-of-fact expression. I mean, this book is the birthplace of the Ubermensch, the Superman. Yeah, that's why I played that meme in the beginning of this book review, book 5. Yeah, the Ubermensch, the Superman. The theory that a more evolved man has to cut ties from an emotional standpoint, and that of a belief of God, that his own morals are that of more superior than any false deity, and that the Ubermensch is being reliant on its own philosophy and moral decisions outside of any predetermined or falsely created God, which, as we know, completely incorrect. This ended up in, I mean, people still believe this and they have the right to believe this, but Nietzsche alone inspired so many atrocious human beings, such as Hitler, with the whole idea of the Aryan race, and the Nazis being a stronger and better bloodline than the Jews, for them being tainted blood and being greedy and this and that and the other, and to the point where he wanted to mass exterminate them. Would I say that Nietzsche wrote this with the malicious intent to create such a world? No, I think he had the greatest of intentions of freeing humanity from what he believed to be restraints that only brought it back to, oh, I need to pray, oh, I'm scared. He wanted the best for society, and his best was sadly not just incorrect, but led to a lot of casualties. I think now, with the correct vision, a sane mind could appreciate it for what it was. I mean, Nietzsche was honestly one of the greatest writers of his time, being contemporaries with Dostoevsky, which I did read this month as well. Yeah, this book was written in 10 days. Now, if you look it up online, it says a year, but he wrote it within the span of a year through increments of 10 days of sporadic bursts of enlightenment and inspiration. And that's honestly impressive, because this book took me around 2 days, 3 days to read in its entirety. And the thought of him sitting down and writing this magnum opus, this 300-page novel, this beast of philosophical context. It's basically a mythology within his own world with Zarathustra. He made like a mythology here. To write that within 10 days is very impressive, and I honestly admire and respect him as a writer for just being brave enough to put himself out there like this. And of course, as we know, this led to the mass exodus of religion from the youth, not only in Russia, but Germany and all over the world. It was a massive thing, which led even Dostoevsky to writing books such as Demons and his magnum opus, The Brothers Karamazov, as the ultimate warnings against atheist philosophies, showing that religion, while incorrect, is still a good choice, for it is morality that is... How do I say this? It leads humanity down a better path, because the 10 Commandments, by the way, there's nothing wrong that could come out of following those specific 10 Commandments. So regardless of, even if God isn't real, there's no harm in following the guidance of the Bible or a religion that's worthy of being followed. No digs at any religions, bro. I'm not trying to get canceled. Alright, I don't know if I should count this as a book, but I did read it this month. I did enjoy it, and it did give me intellectual value. It gave me insight into the country of which I live, and that is the Constitution of the United States of America. What more can I say? You can look this up online. It's about 20-30 pages. I learned all the amendments. I learned about the I mean, I'll just look it up right here to tell y'all. I can't not explain this. I would never be a good politician because there's so many intricate layers where, like, the only thing I really remembered of all this was the amendments. I forgot immediately what was in the articles. I mean, I know what they were meant for, but, like, what I read, gone. Not just because I read it in a fast-paced manner. I actually took my time with this and read it thoroughly to be like, I need to understand all this immediately. Maybe it's because I'm not that interested in the way a government works. Maybe when I'm older I'll read this and pay more attention to it. But all I really got from this was the amendments. I mean, it was laughable when you got to the amendment for the prohibition and just 2 amendments later. Yo, maybe we should just let these guys drink real quick. All right, here we go. Whatever book we're on now. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Book 7. Here we go. Book 7. The next book I read is Ernest Hemingway's A Farewell to Arms. I've got some complaints here. The book is great. I absolutely loved it. I hated the ending when I first read it, but looking back on it, I can appreciate it way more. It's very emotional. It wouldn't be as emotional. I have one gripe with the ending. A very severe, very mad. I'm so mad. I'm very mad at the ending of this book. Not because of the ending itself, but rather how badly I got spoiled. Alright, so my camera just completely overheated and turned itself off, so that's kind of embarrassing. I have one specific gripe, at least with the very edition that I have, the Hemingway Library edition. Don't buy this version because halfway through, after part 3, it's very nice. They show you some manuscripts of original versions of this book that are in the Kennedy Memorial Museum. It's all cute until you get to like this one specific page. Don't read this. Don't read this. You could skip now. They ruined the ending of the book where Catherine dies. I'm glad I didn't see that the baby died, but knowing that Catherine dies makes it so that the entire time where they're going to the hospital, I'm like, she's gonna die through childbirth. No. She survives the childbirth, the baby dies, and then she dies of 2 brain hemorrhages. And this man just walked back to the hotel like nothing happened. Great book. I'll give it an 8 out of 10. I really liked it. Alright, so the next book is The Time Machine. Not a lot to say. I didn't really like this book, and to be honest, I just don't think I'm an H.G. Wells guy, because I've read the trifecta. I completed the trifecta. I read The Invisible Man, which I did like. It's my favorite book by him. I read The War of the Worlds, which I just didn't really like. It's a in-between-the-road book for me. And then I read The Time Machine, which I also... It's not the... I can appreciate it for the time it was written in, what it did for all the genres of sci-fi, for all the movies that came after it, and all the books and shows. But it's just... It doesn't hold up as well, sadly. And I just really didn't like it that much. And it hurts to say that, because this man is one of the greatest writers of his time and one of the most prolific writers, and a man who really was innovative in a time where cars were just a new development. Funnily enough, the entire time I was reading this book, I imagined the Time Machine to be the TARDIS from Doctor Who. But regardless, there would be no Doctor Who without this, quite frankly. This was a very imaginative work, and it was very lackluster. But doesn't mean I didn't like it, doesn't mean I loved it. 6 out of 10. Not the greatest book, not the worst book, and would I read it again? Probably not. It's 86 pages, making it so that it's the shortest book I read this month. Would not read again, sadly. I know. Alright, we're on to the last 2 books, and this book is a very special book. It's very depressing, but it's very intuitive. It's very good, and to not keep you in suspense, it's Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor E. Frankl. This book is just a retelling, at least the first part of this book. This book is broken into 2 parts. The first part is his experiences in a labor camp under Nazi-invaded Germany, specifically the different camps he went to. I'm pretty sure he even got to go to Auschwitz. I'm talking like this is Disneyland. He got to go to Auschwitz. It's so cool. This is probably one of the more depressing books I've ever read, and just read this month in general, because it's very sad. The tragedies that befell these poor Jewish people just for their ethnicity is something very horrendous. And reading this book it just accentuates that. And if there's any book deserving of a movie, it would be this one. Because in this book, as we all know, Victor, he is a psychiatrist. So being in these concentration camps, he saw these atrocities and he was able to comprehend them in a way his other fellow prisoners couldn't. I remember the one part of the book that really stuck with me was the part where the prisoner was smoking his cigarettes, which would be, he explains that that's basically just means they're ready to die. They're ready to just run into the fence, which is you'll have to read the book to understand what that means. Like I said, my intention here is not to ruin these books for you. It's just to get you hooked onto them, and maybe you'll go check them out on your own. But in this book, he invented logotherapy, which is just I have a friend who definitely needs that. Alright, and the last book of the video, but not month, is Demons, or Devils, or The Possessed, by Fyodor Dostoevsky, my favorite writer. Quite frankly, the more accurate way to say the title is The Possessed, because it's not referring to actual demons or devils, it's referring to, like, the party that's shown in this book being almost possessed, because they are bad people. I'm not going to ruin the book. Read a lot of it. This book enforces the whole stereotype that Russian novels are very long, drawn-out conversations where in the middle of the book someone's aunt dies. Okay, that's just, it's this meme right here, just as a book, as actual evidence. But you're reading it, right? And you're just the whole time like, this is very quality stuff. I would definitely read this again. This book is probably his most violent work, and if Crime and Punishment was his greatest work, and The Brothers Karamazov was his magnum opus, his crowning achievement, then this had to be his greatest vision. This was visionary. This book was written before Hitler's rise. This was before Hitler, and yet it detailed so much. Like this was his truest vision. I'd say that Demons, Devils, or The Possessed, however you want to call this book, and The Brothers Karamazov are his two most. Like, the entire time that I was reading this book, I was like, this is like John Revelation's level of visions. This man was seeing the future without even living it. And it's, I was reading it the whole time and being like, I don't want to ruin it. This is definitely his darkest work, though. There's a point in the last 100 pages where it's suicide this, murder that. This dude just hung himself. We don't know why. He probably did it because he was getting... Like, this is some CIA stuff right here. They were straight up killing the competition. Anyone who just wasn't in line with the party. And I really rock with this book. This is a solid book. I read it in about a day or two. I bookmarked it as well, my favorite parts, which I'm not going to read, because I have a friend who's definitely going to read this book because he really likes it. And I mean, just talking about this book with my dad got him to want to read it himself, and I really would recommend it after you've read some more of Dostoevsky. As I said, start with Crime and Punishment, Brothers Karamazov, The Idiot, maybe Notes from Underground and House of the Dead, and then read this one, because this is definitely a heavier book. You need to really be in tune with Dostoevsky to read this and appreciate it for what it is. If you just jump headfirst into this book, you might not even like it. So, yeah, that's book review 6. There's 2 more books I plan on reading, but there's 4 days left of the month, and I need to get this video edited and ready to be released on the 30th. So let me just show you the other 2 books that I plan on reading before the month ends that I'll most likely discuss in book review 7 next month in July. So let me just show you those 2 books real quick. Alright, so the camera overheated again. I swear I'm not doing this for comedic effect. The next book I plan on reading, and I'm going to start reading this today. It kind of sucks that this is going to be an in-between book because it's going to be read in this month, but next video it's going to have to be told there. So it's not going to be a book from next month in July, but regardless. The Master and Margarita. I cannot wait to read this book. That's all I really have to say about it. I haven't read it yet. I don't even know what it's about. Boy, oh boy, this is a quality edition, too. This is a very nice-looking book, and Daniel Radcliffe apparently really likes it. Right here, you can just see his name. And the last book I plan on reading this month is Misery by Stephen King. I've not seen the movie. I know what it's about, and I probably won't get around to reading this, honestly. If I read The Master and Margarita in less than 4 days, I'm probably still not going to be able to finish this entire book, so it might bleed into next month, but I don't care. I really want to read this book. And yeah, alright, let's get into next month's books. All right, and next month's read is a big one. Les Miserables. You probably saw me buy this in one of the vlogs. This is an enormous book. And if I do somehow read all of this in less than a month, I'll probably read Pride and Prejudice and Great Expectations next. And that's probably going to be it. But who knows, maybe I'll surprise myself and read way beyond anything I've read ever in any month, because that's what I always do to myself. But yeah, if I just read this, it's still going to be good. As of the tally, we're in the halfway mark of the year. This is book review 6 out of 12. And I've read 51 books just alone, without the Misery and the Master Margarita. Purely read 51 books, so we're doing good. We have 50 books read. We just have to read 49 more. So we're doing very good. We're doing very good. And we're going to keep doing very good. So yeah, Les Miserables next month. Let's move on to channel updates. Alright, so for channel updates, I'm just going to keep up with the book reviews. That's obligatory. I'm going to make one video a month, every month at the end of the month. That's no discussion. But for terms of outside content, I'm only going to keep it to vlogs and in-depth reviews of specific books that I read within a month that really inspired me and made me want to read it. And necessarily not just a book I read that month, but any month. Like the next video I'm planning on doing is The Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka, which I didn't even read this year, but I still want to make a video on it. So that's the type of content I'm doing. And I still haven't gotten enough money to get a new terabyte in memory for my computer. So the gaming videos are going to have to hold out for a little while more. I know, I'm sorry. That brain rot hits sometimes, but we just can't do it right now. I don't have the facilities for it. And that's really it for channel updates. The weight loss. All right, y'all. I've fallen behind. As you can tell, these shirts are starting to grow big on me. I don't know why, considering that I've only lost 1 pound in the last 2 months. I've completely fallen off the wagon. I weighed myself this morning, 282. We're doing bad, y'all. Because if you look at book review 4, I was at 283. That's 1 pound. I have not even been doing the diet. I've not been going to the gym. This is not a flex. I've been having medical disorders. Which aren't excuses. I've had some trouble with family outside of YouTube, but I'm hopping back on the wagon. I'm taking this seriously this month, July, and to the rest of the year, because even though we've lost 40-50 pounds, right, that doesn't mean we have to not stop losing more. That Mr. Beast video that came out, hugely inspirational. Rip Coach Wall, rip, rest in peace. It inspired me to hop back on and just keep losing weight. That man lost 100 pounds in 6 months just doing the same thing I'm doing consistently. And while I don't have the greatest coach in the world, while I don't have the facilities that he had, all this, I'm still confident that I could do the same exact thing at a larger scale. And before the year ends, I want to be able to hop on that freaking weight. I want to be able to be at 220 or under, and I'm going to make sure that happens. So to losing 60 more pounds before the end of the year, we can, I know, we can do this. We can do this. This feels like such a cope, because the last 2 months I haven't been doing what I've had to be doing, and I've had to come up here, I don't know with what face, to just be able to say, yeah, I'm going to do better next month, and then this month I didn't do any better at all. But yeah, I'm locking in. I'm actually locking in this month and for the rest of the year. And if I break, let's see, if I don't lose more than 6 to 8 to maybe even 10 pounds this next month in July, I'm going to force myself to Platinum Bloodborne, and I won't upload it to the channel. That'd just be too cruel. But I will Platinum Bloodborne and just maybe in a vlog or something mention it. So yeah, if I genuinely don't do what I'm supposed to do this month, that's going to be a little punishment for me. You'd think it's fun because it's a video game. It's not. It's not. I mean, it's very hard. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed book review 6. I know I enjoyed reading all these books and recording this video. Sorry for hitting the mic for a 3rd time. I very much enjoyed these books, and I'm probably going to definitely enjoy Les Miserables next month. So yeah, I'll see you all in the next book review or whatever I upload next. I'll see you all in the next upload. Peace. Alright y'all, so welcome to book review 7. I'm currently filming this on the 29th. I got super behind this month, and if you're wondering why this is the scenery for the background, it's because it's a new installment. You know, it's a new little shelf I bought for my room, and since it costs me a little bit of money, I'm going to use it as the background. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So to not make this any more of a punishment on myself, I'm going to keep it very short and simple for this book review. So let's just go on to book 1. So book 1 this month was The Master and Margarita. I did not read for 4 days waiting for the month to start, just so that this wouldn't be considered an in-between book. I started this on the 1st of July, and I don't know when I finished it, but it was a very good read. Yeah, Master and Margarita is definitely one of the greatest books ever written, specifically by Mikhail Bulgakov, and as I've said in previous videos, I'm not gonna really get into the plot, but I am gonna get to the actual history behind the book. After reading it, it's a deadly book. It's so captivating. It's not what I thought it was gonna be. It's very fantastical, but given the circumstances of Mikhail Bulgakov writing this in secrecy and not even being able to publish it until years later due to, you know, communism, I'd say more about the dictatorship that came with the communism, but it's whatever. It's a marvel, and it's definitely not what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be something very, like, more rooted in reality. I did not think it was going to be magical at all. I can definitely see why Daniel Radcliffe liked this book. It subverted my expectations completely. I do think it's a book that not everyone would like, but I definitely do think that it's a very good book, and it's probably up there with my top 25 greatest books ever written, because I really loved reading this book. It was fun all the way from the beginning to the end, specifically those first 2 chapters. Specifically chapter 2 is where I was really noticing that this book was onto something, because chapter 2, I will spoil this since it's so early on in the book, they talk about Jesus, and specifically Pontius Pilate, which has to do with one of the main characters. Won't say which one. They're writing a book about Pontius Pilate and about the whole crucifixion of Jesus and the conversation he had with Jeshua. If you didn't have any biblical teaching before going into this book, you wouldn't even know what they were talking about, because he never specifically uses the word Jesus. He uses the actual name of Jesus at the time, which was Jeshua. Fun fact, the guy that Pontius Pilate put Jesus next to choose who to free the criminal,
Barabbas.
His actual name is Jesus. They just changed his name in the history books so that it wouldn't confuse people. But yeah, basically what Pontius Pilate did is he brought 2 people named Jesus. One that was horrible, and then the actual Jesus Christ, the good one, and they chose the bad Jesus, the one who committed murder. Yo, we deserve everything, bro.
Shh, darling. Trust me.
God's sake.
It's for the best.
Hey, please!
Alright, and the next book I read was Misery by good old Stephen King. This was before the Epstein tweet. Anyway, Misery. I could ruin this book because I'm sure everyone knows what it's about and what happens in it. All I'm gonna say is I really appreciated the Shining reference, and it was in the later half of the book. Also, it's funny how in the movie adaptations of this man's work, they always switch out the main weapon that the antagonist uses. It's incredible. In The Shining by Kubrick, Jack Torrance uses a axe, and historically we've known it was meant to be a wiffle ball bat or something. It was meant to be like some hammer or something. And then in this book, in the movie, the Oscar-winning movie, great movie, she uses a hammer to dislocate the main character's ankles, or break both of their ankles, both of his ankles. I'm tripping. In the book, she just cuts his foot off, yeah, and cauterizes it. That left me shocked when I first read it, by the way. And that's all the spoiler territory I'm gonna get into. Considering that Stephen King was inspired to write this story because he at the time made a fantasy novel and he felt his fans wanted more horror from him, and it was just an actual fear he had. It was like this man's work. It's so easy to read, and I just thoroughly enjoyed it because it's so captivating. It's actually quite comical because it's such a miserable position to be in, because you're just stuck in that bed and there's no escape, and you just have this fat lady. Oh!
Hello, I would like this one.
No, not because she's my favorite.
But how about yes?
Well, you twisted my arm.
Let's go to Paris.
Alright, and on to book 3, Les Mis. Yeah, Les Miserables is definitely one of the biggest books I've read this year outside of the Bible. It's actually the same type of binding as my Bible. I bought this at Barnes & Noble. This was quite the task to read because these pages are very long, and they do not waste space. These, like the font they use, the size of the lettering, everything, it's like, I just realized that this is reverberating. Hopefully that, yeah, I think that fixed it. I'm sorry for the first half of that video, y'all. This was a long read. It took me about 2 weeks to read this entire book, and I absolutely loved it. I really am tempted to get into spoilers, but I'm only gonna spoil one book out of the 6 that I read this month, and it's because it's a short story. It's not that big of a deal. But for this, oh my god, Jean Valjean, by the way, one of the greatest antagonists in literature is in this book, which is Javert. I will ruin this. He is such a great villain because of how good of a person he is. He really thinks he's the greatest police officer ever, gonna solve all the crime. It's just amazing. I haven't seen the plays or the movies. I've only read the book now, so I can be pretentious to be like, you know, I really like Les Mis. Oh yeah, which adaptation? No, I just read the original, you know. All that's missing is for me to just say, I read it in the original French. That's all that's missing, really. No, but this is easily a 10 out of 10 book. This is easily on my top 10 favorite books of all time. I will be honest, did not like the ending. I don't know why. I thought it was gonna, based off of how everything unfolds in those last 200 pages, I thought it was gonna be a way bigger, something bigger than what ended up happening. I'm not disappointed with the ending, it's just that it's a really good book.
What do you want from me? Please,
Alright, now we're on to the 4th book, which is Kurt Vonnegut's Slaughterhouse 5. A spectacular book, may I say. Better than Les Mis, no. But I did read this book and the next one the same day I finished Les Miserables. I was on a rampage. I think I read for like 9 hours straight that night. I finished Les Mis, the last 200 pages in one sitting. Then I went on to this and then the next book. But anyway, this book contains a lot of actual, how can I say this? Descriptions of what Kurt Vonnegut went through in his in his life as a POW. And it's a good book. I think, without ruining this book, I'd say it's the greatest anti-war book that says it isn't an anti-war book. There's a specific text at the beginning of the book where he says, making an anti-war novel is just like making an anti-glacier novel. It's not gonna happen. He admits that war will always happen, but that there's no meaning in it, and you can't find meaning in it because it is senseless. And yeah, this book is definitely trippy. I really like the fourth dimensional aspects of the book and like the non-linear storyline, and the protagonist is great as well. He really got freaky in that zoo exhibit. That's all.
If I could be who you wanted.
All right, the 5th book I read this month was White Nights by Fyodor Dostoevsky, which is one of my favorite writers, and he just proved it again with this short story. Now, I didn't read all this, it's just the first 60 pages. This short story is 60 pages. So just letting y'all know right now, this is the one book I'm gonna spoil. White Nights is around 60 pages. It should only take you like 2 hours to read. You can go online right now, find an audiobook, buy the book yourself. It's not that much. This cost me like $5. Buy it, read it. It's a book, it's a short story that feels like it could have been written today. Yet it was written in the 1860s. So White Knight starts off with their main character, which I'm pretty sure he never even says the name of, so that's already crazy. He's just walking alone during a night, and he comes across this one girl who's just crying. And they start a conversation. This is the first night out of 4. So they start talking and they build up this chemistry. They, not to say fall in love, but it's definitely one-sided, kind of. Actually, it's not, but give me a little chance here. They link up and they say, hey, I really enjoyed talking to you. Oh, same. Let's meet up the next night. And for the next 3 nights, they meet up and talk. She even gives him a bit of backstory about her grandmother. And there's the part where I say it really felt modern. She says she always wants to, her grandma mocks her for always wanting to marry like some Chinese men, right? And that's where I really thought this felt like a modern book, because, you know, these girls with their K-pop addictions, right? Just wanting to marry the entire freaking cast of Squid Game. No, but let's skip over to the 4th night, where he starts helping her write this letter to her ex, being like, you know, left off on bad terms. I don't want to talk no more. And then he tells her, let's meet up tomorrow morning. And, well, this is where it kind of goes south. So they go to meet up, and the ex shows up miraculously out of nowhere. And she immediately runs to him, hugs him, kisses him, right? I'm already heartbroken for the man before he even registered what happened to him. So he goes defeated, disheveled. He goes back home and then receives a letter, and it's from the girl. And I'm just gonna read this out to you because the first time I read this, I almost ripped the page out of anger. Oh, forgive me, forgive me. I beg you on my knees to forgive me. I deceived you and myself. It was a dream, a mirage. My heart aches for you today. Forgive me, forgive me. Don't blame me, for I have not changed to you in the least. I told you that I would love you. I love you now. I more than love, orphan. Oh my God, if only I could love you both at once. It gets worse. Oh, if only you were he. And that's why I say it feels modern. All right, and on to the last book, which is No Country for Old Men. This is very similar to the movie, and the actor Josh Brolin, who played the protagonist, actually read this entire book in one day, so props to him. And it's an incredible book. There's a lot of minor differences to the movie, but like when I'm telling you, the parts that they didn't remove from the movie that they did from the book, they are scarily accurate. Like the entire encounter with Anton Chigurh and the guy at the gas station, it's like bar for bar. When I was reading this book, I felt like I was just reading the script to the movie. And that is not to a fault. I very much commend the movie for being that close to the source material, and it's an absolutely amazing book. Also, can we talk about how the main character is 36 with a 19-year-old girl that he found at a Walmart when she was 16? Look, I mean, I know some allegations came out about the man, but like, that's actually low-key weird. Yeah, no, that's how it was back then. I'm not being serious. I mean, it's crazy, the age gaps back then. I'm telling you, man, you could be 20 years older than someone and the police will just do a full 180 being like, I don't see nothing here. Yeah, so the book was absolutely amazing, and I'll probably be making a video about it, I don't know. I absolutely loved every part of this man's writing. Also, I forgot to mention in the last book, Dostoevsky's writing is so phenomenal. It's so easy to read. Those 60 pages felt like 10 of any other novel. Like, the way he writes makes time pass quicker. And same with Cormac McCarthy. His dialogue is impeccable. It is ideal. It is exactly what it needs to be to convey the story he is trying to tell. And now that I've read his magnum opus, his 3 best books, The Road, Blood Meridian, and No Country for Old Men, I'm telling you right now, I can't wait to read the Border Trilogy, The Passenger, Stella Marie, The Child of God. I can't wait to read all of those books because he is definitely up there as one of my favorite authors. All right, and on to next month's reads. And just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. The Count of Monte Cristo. Now, I have seen a film adaptation of this, so I know the entire story, but that doesn't mean it's gonna detract anything from the reading experience, because I know this is one of the greatest books ever written, and I'm very thrilled to be reading it next month, and I feel like I could definitely read this in 2 weeks. It is an amazing book. I know it's about revenge. Like I said, I know the ending. I know everything, sadly, but it's just such a good story that I can't wait to read it, you know? And I bought this for like $3. I bought this 1,000-page book for $3. Do the same. It's on Amazon. And before I even delve into that book, I'm actually planning on reading 2 books before it, which are Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen, and Great Expectations by Charles Dickens. I'm gonna read this one first. I'm probably gonna start reading it the very first day of the month. I need to start editing this immediately. So let's just get on to the little, weight section. 276. I'm not platinuming Bloodborne. Okay, I'm gonna end off the video now because I need to start editing this pronto. Rest in peace, Ozzy. That's why I got the glasses on. I'm not repeating shades, by the way. The month 3 shades are different. They were like, these are just pure black. So yeah, rip Ozzy, man. I need to start editing this now. I'll see you all in the next video. Bye. All right, month 8. My neighbors are probably working on their lawns today, and since it's already the 26th, I can't take any more time to make this video, so let's get to it. The first book I read this month was Pride and Prejudice. I've kind of been on the reading side of TikTok recently, book talk if you would call so, but not the girl book talk, because that's just... Well, we'll get into that another day. But I've just been hearing a lot about Pride and Prejudice, and I was like, I'll pick it up, I'll read it. I've got a couple of Jane Austen books. Maybe I'll like it, you know? So I read it, and it was about it was like right when I got to volume 2 that I started getting this feeling in the back of my neck. Do I really like this book? And it felt like a nothing burger. It was like nothing really happened. It was just talking. And this is probably the first classical book of the year. I'm gonna get crucified for this. I just didn't really like this book, honestly. Yeah. I don't think I was in the headspace to read this book. I'm not a very romantic person, so I was just reading this the entire time, like, I was just being like, get on with it already. What's taking so long? I just did not really mess with the whole vibe of this book. And yeah, that's all I really have to say on it. As I've stated in the other book reviews, I don't plan on spoiling books for you. But even, there's not really a spoiler, the characters, they just didn't feel like they had much personality. They felt like anime characters almost. Like whatever like emotion they portrayed was their entire character almost. And of course that's not the most accurate depiction. I was just trying to sum it up quickly, but it felt like the characters they were really different, but it's like I just did not mess with the book, unfortunately. And yeah, I remember I was telling my dad that I just did not like the book. He was like, you're entitled to that opinion, but I was like, it's such a famous book and it's so renowned, and I'm pretty sure there's like a movie. And I read it and I was like, I must be the one that's in the wrong here. Let me look up some summaries to make sure I got it all perfect, how it was meant to be. And I understood it 100% perfectly. I just did not like it. So it's probably a book I'll have to revisit at some point in the future. Maybe I'm not mature enough for this. I don't know. But like, I just read it and I was like, okay. The one pro I do have to give is that the writing is impeccable. I really like the writing style and the way everything was structured. It's just that the story and the tone and the themes and the overall way the narrative was carried, I just didn't really like it. But the writing was incredible. That's the only reason I could read all of it. Like, once I got to volume 2, I would normally drop this book. But I was like, I'm too far in now. I might as well see. Maybe it just gets better. And it was around page like 300 where I was just like... So, by the way, this is not the book that I used to actually read it. It's perfectly intact. This is the second copy I have. I actually read the cloth-bound Penguin Classics version, but I couldn't get that one out of the case now, so I just grabbed this real quick. I'm actually gonna donate this book. It's just a spare I had. I was like, I need to film this video quickly.
Her arms were cut off. Her legs were cut off. Her ears were cut off. Her tongue was cut off. Her nose was cut off. Her eyeballs were plucked out.
I also hope you guys mess with the Matt Murdock glasses. These are the only other ones I had that I haven't used yet. And yes, they give crazy migraines, so. The second book I read this month was Child of God by Cormac McCarthy. Now, this is coming from a person who's read Blood Meridian, and about half of Cormac McCarthy's entire and of course, Blood Meridian is the king of disturbing novels. It's probably the most disturbing one of his, but this one has to come in second place. I actually really enjoyed this book, and this is the book that made me realize Cormac McCarthy is the author for me, because he's just as equally messed up as I am. In short, the title of this book is very misleading. This is not the type of book you think it is if you just look at it. If you don't know who Cormac McCarthy is and you pick this up, you're like, whoa, what a Christian book. No, so without really spoiling the book, it's a very short book. You can go and read it. I would not recommend it, not for the faint of heart. The book's main protagonist is actually a serial killer, and we just get dropped in the middle of this dude's life, and we see how he interacts with people, and this dude is disturbing. They made a movie about this book, actually, James Franco. And the movie wasn't that good, honestly, and I haven't even seen it, but I've heard that it's not that good. Because James Franco also wanted to do a movie about Blood Meridian, and some of the test screening, like some of the test footage he recorded, it got released a couple years ago, and it was not good. So the book is not his best work, but it's definitely up there with the most disturbing books I've ever read in my entire life. I'll give it like an 8 out of 10. I at least enjoyed it. All right, book 3 of the month is The Myth of Sisyphus. This book is by Albert Camus, and it's basically about suicide. Viewer discretion is advised, I guess, if you don't want to hear about that. This book, he wrote it, I'm pretty sure, while he was writing The Rebel, which, if you don't know, The Myth of Sisyphus is his take on suicide, and The Rebel is apparently his take on murder. So this book is, I think, I know my generation is in a high, like we're just not reading. Okay, so I made a very surprising discovery here. About a couple months ago, whenever you would search for demographics and like statistics when it came to reading in Gen Z, they would tell you that like the average Gen Zer was reading like 4 books a year, and that we were just completely regressing the literacy rate, all this. But then I go to search this up for the video because I want to show like a graph, and the graph I showed you is accurate. It's the first one that comes up with Google Images. But then I go to like the search bar and all the websites that show up, and apparently we are drastically improving to like 24 books a year, which was my original goal, which even though I blew past it, it's surprising that we're reading around 2 books a month. I just did not know that. Apparently we are reading more. So when I made the video and recorded that, I was not aware of that. I didn't search it up. I just had the, memory from like a couple months ago when I did look it up, saying that we were at new lows. But apparently we're reading more. This is actually very surprising, y'all. Maybe we're not doomed after all. We're just not reading. But I also do know that my generation is highly suicidal, apparently. You can pop up the statistics, and I feel like if we did read more, this is a book I would recommend every person to read. If I just go into your apartment and I just see you tying the noose, I'd be like, hey, yo, real quick, read this. There are a lot of references to other books inside of this book, specifically Dostoevsky. I did not know that Camus was such a fan of Dostoevsky. Specifically, I'm glad I read these books before reading this one. He doesn't spoil them, but he mentions them a lot. Specifically, Demons by Dostoevsky, The Brothers Karamazov by Dostoevsky. I think he mentions Crime and Punishment, and then, of course, Don Quixote and a plethora of other books. And specifically, he starts off, let me check here. I'm pretty sure it's, also, the one thing I have to say about Demons is it's the only book of Dostoevsky where I can just straight up not pronounce the names. I read 700 pages of that book, and I still can't really, If Stavrogan, if Stavrogan believes, he does not think he believes. If he does not believe, he does not think he does not believe. Took me a while when I read Demons to understand that, and then I picked this book up and I read it again, and I was like, whoa, this is really a twister. But sadly, at the end of this book, normally I don't read the appendix of books, but since this one is so tiny, I was like, I'm gonna read the appendix, and it just straight up spoils one of Franz Kafka's books for me, specifically The Castle. I meant to say The Trial. So I had to stop reading it immediately, and I'm kind of disappointed because he just spoiled that book. But I mean, it's my fault, really. I should have read it before this. One of my favorite quotes from this book is, the reason I would... This is clearly a philosophy book, but the very end is, he basically retells the story of Sisyphus. And here's where this famous quote comes from. This has been all over TikTok recently. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. And that really sums it up. I think that's the ultimate response he could have given to suicide in individuals. He even takes it back to all the way back to our roots from the essence of humanity. He takes it all the way back there to the reasons we even are suicidal to begin with as a species. So it's a very interesting read, and I would highly recommend it. You must excuse me, I got interrupted. And the last book I read this month was Create Dangerously by, you guessed it, Albert Camus. This book is specifically about artistry and how it is impossible to not only please everyone, but to capture authenticity in a, you know, why are there so many ants on this table? Hey, yo. Create Dangerously is specifically about how artists are targeted, and it's a very hard job. The title specifically is also kind of misleading because it's not actually Create Dangerously. You open up the book here. To create today is to create dangerously. To sum it up as short as possible, I read this in one sitting, it's only like 30 pages. It brings me back to a specific paragraph in the book where he is comparing a film camera to a photo to God. God is the ultimate artist because even the greatest photograph or the greatest camera, we can't depict every intricate being of whatever is being photographed. So artists who try to depict realism are almost wasting their time. But it's also there's these kids over here playing with motorcycles. I'm telling you, man. Anyways, it is still a declaration that we must create without pause. It's a message to keep creating despite our frustrations with not being able to depict everything to the most fullest extent of realism that we want to capture, because it is still good enough. Nothing will ever be as good as what we think it is or want it to be. So even the greatest things we have right now aren't necessarily the most realistic or the most incredible. There's always room for more. Only if you were God, you could create something that's so intricate, and it's just a message to keep on creating. At least that's how I interpreted it. For all I know, I'm being completely dumb right now, but hey, this is probably the hardest book by Camus out of the three that I've read to interpret. Both The Stranger and The Myth of Sisyphus for me. Like, this is a book that I'm gonna have to reread, but for me, this was the one that I found most confusion in. And to understand Camus, you have to be a hell of a philosopher, and I'm not quite there yet. So, now that we're here finishing the video, I am in the process of reading The Count of Monte Cristo. I've only read about 80 pages. This month I took a complete break from reading, from dieting, from exercise, everything. I had to stop and just relax, because it's not just stress, but I just wanted to, you know, have a month where I did nothing. This month is actually the only month where I've taken TikTok semi-seriously, and one of my videos actually blew up on TikTok, 700,000 views. 700,000 views as of the recording of this video, so that's pretty sick. I'm actually planning a sequel to that video, and it might be out before this even gets out to y'all by the end of the month. But still, I do plan on reading The Count of Monte Cristo. I might finish it this month, or maybe it'll bleed into the next month. Either way, I'll let y'all know in the community tab if I finished it or not before the end of the month. But it's a very entertaining book. It's so good. It's so captivating. It's just that I wasn't really, like, Pride and Prejudice kind of took it out from, like, it took out my will to read classic literature this month. So I was just like, I need to take a break in this or I'm gonna get, like, fatigued. So I had to put a full stop to it. Now on to next month's reads. We have One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. All I know about this book is that Jack Nicholson and Brad Dourif played a role in the movie, and someone gets like a lobotomy. I don't even know who, but it's a good book, I've heard, so I have to read it next month. The Gambler by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is the same copy that I read The House of the Dead on. I just didn't read The Gambler, which is one I'll read this next month that's coming up. Great Expectations by Charles Dickens. Also, I have to put in a formal complaint here. Why is it that every time you hold one of these books for more than 2 minutes, if you just sweat a little bit, the entire engraving, whatever they have on here, the ink, the tint, the dye, it just completely rubs off. It's like, bro, I'm paying so much money for these, make it better quality. They're doing that on purpose to piss me off. Anyway, and the last book I will be reading next month is War and Peace, specifically the Richard Prevere translation, or maybe the Constance Garnett. I don't know. Constance Garnett is such a good translator. That's the translation I read for Crime and Punishment and a bunch of other Dostoevsky books. And the way she translates Russian, So, yeah, let's get on to the weight portion. So as you heard in the previous statements, I kind of gave up on everything this month. I just went back, started eating, you know, didn't go to the gym. I just completely had to take a break because it was becoming too much for me. So we gained back 8 pounds, but as of today, this is my first day back at the gym and eating right, and I plan on continuing that for the rest of the year. So I'm just taking a break. I just took a break, I mean. And yeah, well, I'm back on track now, and I'm gonna try and lose all that again next month, and the month after that, and the month after that, until eventually I'm at my goal. So yeah, that's all I really have for this video. This is probably gonna be the shortest book review on the channel. But yeah, this month was probably the laziest month of the year, but it was more of like a mental health month at this point. Like I had to take a leave of absence this month, but I'll be back in full force for next month's book review. So yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed this video, and I'll see you all next month. Also, I'm still trying to get my computer fixed. Wait, channel update. I'm still trying to get my computer fixed. I really want to play Project Zomboid and a bunch of other horror games, but I still haven't been able to go to Best Buy to get the memory fixed. So yeah, whenever I do get the memory fixed on my computer, I'll probably start uploading. Hopefully, by next month it is fixed. I'm also working on this huge project for YouTube. I'm planning on renting out a U-Haul for like $20 and going on Facebook Marketplace and getting like a free piano or something near us. And I plan on fixing it for you guys. And I have even more plans beyond that, but those I will keep a secret just in case. So yeah, it's really hot out here, and I finished every main point I wanted to make with this video. So I'll see you all in the next video. The ants are attacking, and these guys are on motorcycles. Okay, I'll see you all next month. Bye. How am I supposed to enter? Just like this. Hey, what is up, y'all? Welcome to Book Review 9. I feel way more rejuvenated about this series. I'm actually excited this month. We have quite the amount of books to review here. Let me see. There you go. We have quite the amount of books to review this month, way more than the previous two. So let's just hop into book 1.
Lock his ass up. You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
Alright, so book 1 is also the biggest book of the month, clocking it around 950 pages, mainly because the print is so microscopic. It's actually probably way more than 900, but let's just keep it at the page count. The Count of Monte Cristo, I don't want this video to be an hour, so we're gonna do brief summaries and not really spoil. Like I said, I'm not gonna really spoil any of these books. I only plan on spoiling like 1 or 2 books. And that's really it. There's gonna be so many cars passing this video. So for me, The Count of Monte Cristo is probably one of the greatest books of all time. I have seen the movie before this, but this was years ago, so I forgot a lot about it. And this is the ultimate revenge novel, and it brings me back to that Arthur Morgan quote, "Revenge is a fool's game," but in this book, it's actually kind of rewarding because I'm not gonna spoil it. Let's just say this book threw me in for a whirl. It's very dense, so it was very hard to read. It took me like 15 to 20 days to just get through. Actually more like 30, because I started this last month and I was still reading it this month. So this is a very dense book. It's definitely like a month's read. It took me so long, but it's so rewarding because it's so rich and the characters are so well written. And overall, this has to be a top 10 books of all time. The main character, Edmond Dantes, goes through probably the worst psychological torture I've read so far in any book. Being falsely imprisoned for 14 years. Jesus Christ. Any more cars? Any more? Being falsely imprisoned for 14 years. And it's just a very powerful novel, and it's very moving, and I would recommend it to anyone who just likes quality literature.
俺に今できることを考えた。
Alright, so book 2, Don't Let Yourself Be Fooled. I did not read this entire book. I only read one short story. It's actually 3 pages. Hey, look, I know it's kind of like inflating the count, reading 3-page books, but what is this dude doing? What is he doing? I know it's kind of cheap to read. Are we being for real right now? Like the second I come out here to record, the entire neighborhood wants to come out here. My neighbor's just parked up. Oh my God. I know it's kind of cheap to inflate the count with a 3-page book, but it's by Edgar Allan Poe, and it's not my fault. He writes really good stories and only makes them 3 pages. He's like a modern rapper making the greatest song only for it to last like 50 seconds. Like, no, we want more. But no, the book I read, specifically the short story I read in this colossal titan of a compilation, was The Telltale Heart. And the best way to describe this is a short, watered down, but still really good version of Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky. It's basically, this is the book I'm gonna spoil, by the way. You can literally go right now and probably read it for free. It's 3 pages online. Just go and read it somewhere. It's basically about this dude who murders an old man, and he like rips out his heart, and then the police come in and he starts getting paranoid and he thinks they're onto him. They have no idea he killed the guy, and he just confesses, pulls out the heart and says, oh, I killed him. And that's how the book ends. You'd think it's bad, but I don't know how he does it with 3 pages. It's incredible. I'd give it like a solid 7 out of 10, which is a lot for 3 pages. How can you make me care that much, bro? How?
Oh, what the hell? Come on, baby!
All right, so book 3 is The Gambler by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Do not be fooled again. Just everyone. Yeah, no, just, is there like a block party happening right now? So again, don't be fooled by the size. This is, if you remember correctly, I read half of this book last month. There's 2 stories of Dostoevsky combined into one, The House of the Dead and The Gambler. This month I read The Gambler. The Gambler is only about this long. Let me show you. It's about this much of the actual book. This is The Gambler, this is The House of the Dead. It's a very short book, around 150 pages. I read it in like a day or 2. And like I said, I'm not gonna spoil it, but it's a book about a degenerate gambler. And by far my favorite character in this book was the grandma. And I don't really want to get into it, but they want to have her inheritance. I'll spoil this element, she just gambles it all away. The most goated character. It's very funny because Dostoevsky wrote this in a slump because he was like in debt from gambling, and he wrote it in like 20 days or something. And it's incredible how this man could have just pumped out that many books over and over again and have them be this good, because he doesn't miss. He kind of missed on The Idiot, but I think that's a failure on my part for me not really understanding it as good. I have to reread that one day. But in terms of his catalog that I've read so far, which is about half, this is very solid stuff, and I really enjoyed it. So let's see, I'm gonna give it a solid 8 out of 10. It was very good. I very much enjoyed this read, and it was a very pleasant, ride the entire time. It was just, it had me turning every page. It was incredible.
We're gonna play tomorrow? You bet, pal. You bet.
All right, so book 4 is One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest by Ken Kesey. This book is incredible. Now, I have not watched the movie that's based off this book with, Brad Dourif and Jack Nicholson, but let me tell you, if the movie is anything like this, I'm gonna love it. Again, I'm not gonna spoil it, but it takes place inside of a psychiatric hospital and asylum, basically. And the main character is extraordinarily crazy. He actually got in there because he wanted to just have an excuse not to work anymore. It's like when you plead insanity at the trial so you don't get the life sentence or the death sentence, but instead of doing that, instead of wanting to work, he said, oh yeah, no, I'm crazy, and they institutionalized him. And that's the worst thing that could have happened to him, unfortunately. It's kind of like a sick metaphor. It's not that they're trying to rehabilitate them so that they can be free. They're kind of trying to rehabilitate them so that they can be better workers again. It's kind of twisted. At least that's how I interpreted it. Also, the characters in this novel are super strong. Just like I said, the main character, Chief, and just all the other characters, like the one who, you have to remember, I can't remember all these names, y'all. My head is only so big. So I just, forget, okay? It's not my fault. The main character, McMurphy, that's his name. McMurphy is he's kind of like an anarchist, I guess, but he just unites everyone in the hospital, and the ending is so sad. I don't want to ruin it, but does anyone remember that Adult Swim Toy Story, All right, and the next book I read was Stephen King's Pet Sematary. This actually isn't the copy I read. I have this really good one. I don't want to go inside and get it. I don't want to have to open this again. I'm not, you know what? This isn't the one I read, but this might be his greatest book. I'm serious. Like, it's the one that affected me the most, and also it's probably the scariest one. I actually felt kind of terrified reading this book. It's really good. So the main character, Lewis Creed, and his family move into this new house with their neighbor, Judd, and his wife, Norma. And he gets introduced to the Pet Cemetery, which is a cemetery that these kids made for their pets. They even misspelled it, cemetery. And he just gets introduced to it, and a bunch of things unfold in the novel, which leads him to burying a human being in there and them coming back and the repercussions that come with that. It's probably Stephen King's most philosophical book. It really had me contemplating on death and the totality of it. The way he describes, if I don't bury this person in the pet cemetery, am I killing them twice? And it's a very thought-provoking novel, and I enjoyed it from front to back. This dude is just trying to this is the second time he comes into the neighborhood. What is he doing, bro? Anyways, I read it in about 2 days, and it is earth-shattering. It put me in such a bad place mentally, but I loved it, because it's so expertly written. And I remember reading somewhere that this book made Stephen King, he put it in a drawer because he thought he finally pushed it too far for once. Because it genuinely scared him, and I can see why. It's very thought-provoking and about it, and at least in the copy that I read, page like 126, there's a reference to The Shining, and then there's another one about Jerusalem's Lot, which is Salem's Lot, his second novel, which I read earlier this year. So I love how he intertwines his stories together, and yeah, again, this is the third time he's coming out of the neighborhood. What is this dude doing? And there was a line in here where he's talking with like the funeral parlor where they say people die in February more often. And although I can't confirm the accuracy of that statement, the fact that my grandfather died in February like 7 years ago kind of added some horror to me, because I was like, oh my god, he's not kidding. They drop like flies in February. Anyway, I give this book like a 10 out of 10. It's my favorite Stephen King book. I'm definitely revisiting this in the future, and I absolutely loved it. All right, and the next book I read was Fahrenheit 451. This book, I'm not gonna spoil it either. The next book is the one I'm gonna spoil. Anyways, Fahrenheit 451 is a dystopian novel with the likes of 1984, Animal Farm, and Brave New World. And as you know, I love dystopian novels, so I loved this book. It's basically in a far-off future where firefighters aren't putting out fires, but rather setting fires, and specifically to books. They are burning books. I'm not gonna get into the why or, any of that, but it's a very thought-provoking novel about how important literature is. And I remember there's just one character near the end of the book who specifically says, although we don't have the books, you want to read Plato's Republic? I'm Plato. You want to read a book by Franz Kafka? I'm Franz Kafka. And what they're trying to say with that is you become the people you read, because books are such a personal thing. When you write something, you're putting your whole life experience and emotions into it. And when you read a person's book, you're getting to know them on such a deep level that you become that person, at least if you're doing it right. And I absolutely love that line. It's reminds me of that quote, every time an old person dies, a library burns down. And that's what he said, basically. The books may have been burnt, but the pages live in here. And the second we die, that's when the books die. And we have to pass it on through the generations. And I remember like this part with the Bible. It's so good. And I absolutely love this book. 10 out of 10. I would recommend. It's only about 150 pages. It's not that long. So you could definitely read it in like one sitting if you feel like it. But you could take your time with it. It's definitely worth it. Like, this is all just because of the 60th anniversary, they put all type of little, fun things here. Let me see. But like these little images and stuff, and I absolutely loved it. I heard the movie is atrocious though. I haven't seen it. But anyways, let's get into the next book. All right, so book 7 is Osamu Dazai's short story, No One Knows. Now, it's also the title of the book, but I specifically read the story, No One Knows. And it's about 10 pages, and it's basically about this girl. And there's the second book I'm gonna spoil. It's 10 pages, you can go read it, but there's no audiobooks for it or anything, just bear through the 10 pages, come on now. It's about this girl, and it's just, I don't even know how to start the story off, because it starts with her grandpa, and how she's disturbed by the story she tells him, and then it's about when she grows up, and she meets this girl at school. She's a very envious and jealous person. And they just talk throughout the years, and then they separate, then she gets married to like this famous journalist, and she becomes envious of that, and then like her brother comes up saying they went missing, and she kind of like falls in love with him, and then it's a very strange novel, but Osamu Dazai, the way he writes, it's like it feels inhuman. You're reading it and you're like, this person isn't human. And it's the same with this girl character that I read in No One Knows. It's such an enthralling little short story. And yeah, I'm definitely gonna be reading this throughout my life, these stories, because it's so sad the way he died, and the stories he left us are phenomenal from the two that I've read, No Longer Human and No One Knows. And that's all I can really say on the book. It ends with her being married to like the girl's brother, I believe. And it's just overall such a great story, and I really enjoyed it.
Do just a shake. Sorry. Shake your booty.
All right, and the last book of the month, The Orchard Keeper. The Orchard Keeper is Cormac McCarthy's first novel, and it's not his best, but that doesn't mean it's bad. It's about this. I'm gonna just read the synopsis here. Set in a remote rural Tennessee community in the years between the world wars, The Orchard Keeper tells of a young boy, John Wesley Ratner, and Marion Slider, an outlaw and bootlegger who, unbeknownst to either of them, has killed the boy's father, John Wesley's father. Together with Ratner's uncle Aether, whose communication with nature and stoic independence belongs to a former age, they enact a drama that seems born of the land itself. Yeah, he actually killed Kenneth Ratner, his dad, that's the name. And his mother tells him to go avenge his father. I'm not gonna tell you how all that goes. He like strangles him in the car. It's breathtaking, honestly. But even this first novel, it doesn't compare with all of his later works, obviously. No one's Dostoevsky writing poor folk for their first novel. That's just not how it typically goes. But it really showed promise with this first novel. And I'm gonna just read one of the quotes here on the back, because this guy knows ball. I don't know who you are, Ralph Ellison, but you are correct. McCarthy is a writer to be read, to be admired, and quite honestly, envied. I read this man's work and it makes me want to write my own book. It feels so easy yet so complex and thought out. And the man McCarthy was just so, you know, he was a gift to this world, man. I just remember that interview he had where he talked about the human subconscious being the oldest living thing in the world, and it's just, it's breathtaking the way he spoke. It's magnetic. You want more. Anyway, rest in peace, Cormac McCarthy. And let's get on to, I have to create a new section here. Okay, so as soon as I started to talk about manga, it started to rain, so I have to go into the garage and it's super hot in here, so let's just restart that. I'm not really gonna be counting manga towards the total book count because they're just too easy to read, and yeah, I know, short stories, 3-page book, it's kind of different, it's literature, but manga is more like, not comics, it's manga. It's, I can read one of these in 30 minutes and it feels cheap to inflate the count by just 12 alone this month. I'd be like at 80 books, 70, 80 books just off of this alone, and it just feels cheap. But I'm still gonna talk about it because I plan on reading more and more manga throughout the months. I only started reading manga about halfway into this month, and specifically it's Jujutsu Kaisen. Now, I really loved the first 2 seasons of the anime. I watched it really early this year, and I was just like, I can't wait for the Culling Games arc. And I was like, I don't wanna wait till December to watch that movie in theaters. Why don't I just read the manga? Holy crap. It just made me love the story even more. It really made me feel more attached to the characters. In short, I read volume 11 literally just before recording this video. This is basically, spoiler alert for the Shibuya incident season 2. I'm at the part where Gojo just got sealed, and I'm gonna read manga for the rest of the day after recording this. It's the 25th. It's just incredible. I plan on finishing the rest of the series, which it's currently at 27, and then the 28th volume gets released in November, and then after that there's 2 more volumes that need to be translated to English, and then that's the series just done. Volume 30 is the final volume of Jujutsu Kaisen, but still, I'm gonna try and read up to 27 next month. And after this, I'm actually planning on starting Demon Slayer, so that's gonna be a cool manga to read. This is all I've read manga-wise, and I just wanted to make this section so that you know what's in the future for these book reviews. I'm also make a little section for the manga I'm reading, so yeah. Okay, now on to next month's reads. Next month, I'm gonna read War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, Great Expectations by Charles Dickens, East of Eden by John Steinbeck. Funnily enough, I found this exact copy at a Goodwill for like $2 when it would not normally be like 30. Jesus is looking for me, y'all. He's looking out for me. Then after that, I'm gonna read The Grapes of Wrath by John Steinbeck again. And then the next book I'm gonna read after that, since it's October, Halloween, spooky season, I'm gonna read Richard Matheson's Hell House. Stephen King actually said this is the scariest haunted house novel ever written. Very funny coming from the man who literally wrote Salem's Lot. So that's got me very excited for this. And then the last 2 books I'm gonna read next month is The Iliad and the Odyssey by Homer. So yeah, I'm not waiting for Christopher Nolan's movie, bro. I can literally read all of this before it comes out. And yeah, that's all for this month's book review. Let's get on to the next segment. Look, okay, September was hell. So much happened in such a short period of time. And honestly, I'm not good at balancing everything out. I've been so focused on YouTube and TikTok and reading and editing videos and fixing my laptop that I just completely have abandoned myself in every healthy way imaginable. But more on the good news, we got 4.6 million views on TikTok. I'm gonna try and do better. And now for the final segment, which is channel updates. If you saw last video, my laptop is now fixed, and I even played a short horror game in that video. Hopefully you guys liked it. And yeah, that's really the future of the channel. I'm gonna just play 3-minute, 10, 15-minute horror games, edit it up quick, put it out there. I don't care if the videos are literally 2 minutes long. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try and take out a video every single week, just posting them. And I actually have an idea plan with Project Zomboid, but I'm not even gonna start telling you guys what it's about, because every time I say I wanna do something, I end up just not doing it. So yeah, that's really all for channel updates. The laptop is fixed, and I can officially start making videos again on YouTube that are gaming, you know? I'm also keep posting on TikTok a lot of skits, so you should really go over there and, you know, follow me so that you can see some good skits. Funnily enough, the same skit that got me 4.6 million views on TikTok got 1,000 on YouTube, which just shows YouTube does not care about promoting your content, bro. Just don't post on YouTube. I'm really about to quit YouTube and be a professional TikToker. God knows, maybe I'll really blow up making skits and just funnel all my followers into YouTube, Alpha Oxtrot style. That'd actually be very nice, honestly. And yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed this month's book review, and I'll see you guys in the next one. I was really motivated to read this month, as you can see with the sheer amount of books I read. And next month is, I hope it's just as much. Maybe I'll even read more than I doubt it. War and Peace is gonna take me 2 weeks alone. Come on. So yeah, I'll see you all in the next book review. Bye. All right, what is up everyone? Welcome back to book review, specifically book review 10. This month, this is all we read. All Quiet on the Western Front, On the Shortness of Life by Seneca, The Wasteland by T.S. Eliot, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? Believe it or not, we didn't read this. War and Peace, Hell House by Richard Matheson, The Grapes of Wrath by John Steinbeck, and East of Eden by John Steinbeck. All right, let's get into book 1. Alright, so book 1 this month was a behemoth, and that is War and Peace. Also, did you like the little character sprite, you know, the new animations? We're maturing in this channel, no more memes, unless they're irresistible or it's for like a transition between sections. I don't know. But for the books, I'm keeping it clean, you know? Anyways, this is War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, and this book, I'll just put it like this. I was reading this for about 3 hours every day, and it still took me like a solid 2 weeks to read. It's really, really thick. Honestly, this book is everything. Like Leo Tolstoy threw in history, fiction, romance, drama. He just put it all in the brewing pot, just the witch's cauldron, and just was like this, just freaking stirring it. But boy, is it good. It's such a great novel. As you know, here on the book reviews, I don't spoil any books unless I want to spoil a specific book, and if I do, I'll make sure to tell you all beforehand, that way you don't get spoiled. This book, I'm not gonna spoil it. It would be criminal to spoil this book because it's actually so good. Some of my favorite characters like Prince Andrew, Natasha, they're all so well written, and it's incredible. I wouldn't put this on my top 10 favorite books, but that's mainly because my top 10 favorite books is like insane. Actually, scratch that. I probably would put this in my top 10 books. That's an outrageous statement. But I don't know. It's a really good book. It's hard to read. Not because it's bad, but because of the amount of just words that are in here. Like, this might not look like a lot. This might look like it looks like a lot, but not like the Brothers Karamazov. That's because the print size of this is absolutely minuscule. Just one of these pages took so long. It was very rewarding though at the end. By the time I reached the climax of the story, does it qualify as a climax? I guess it does. I was pretty much so exhausted from reading this book, but I'm glad I saw it through. I mean, there were some days where there was definitely some fatigue, and that's why it took 2 weeks. I just couldn't read that day because I was literally gonna vomit at the sight of the thing. Because like, it's a love-hate relationship, because you're like, I want to know what happens next, but then you're like, my eyes hurt. So you're like, I'm gonna chill out. There were some days where even though I was fatigued, I still read like 10, 20 pages just to get something from it. And there was days where I tried to read 10 and 20 pages and I accidentally read 100, like I said. There was not that many days I did that. One. I don't know why I said it like that. The book would have been over if I had like more than 3 days. But still, it was so good, and yeah, I definitely recommend this to anyone who either likes Napoleon or the Napoleonic era, Russian literature, French type, you know, like stories that are in the France area, because as you know, France was like the biggest opposition to Napoleon in his time as emperor. So we're taking the perspective from that. Like, I remember being like, wow, Napoleon isn't the good guy in the story. That's insane. So yeah, read this book. All right, book 2 is Hell House. Yo, wow. I can't believe I started like that. Holy crap. If you're wondering where we are, I'm not repeating locations, okay? It's just that I reinvented this place to be my gym. I'm literally sitting on my bench. Like, I go back on this thing to do bench press. It's not repeating locations. I don't care. I don't care what you say. Get out of here. Anyways, book 2 this month was Hell House by Richard Matheson. And this book is what Stephen King says right here: the scariest haunted house novel ever written. And it's also a bit, I'm not gonna say a bit, overtly sexual. You're just reading this book, you're disturbed for multiple reasons. It's very scary, it's very well written, but like the type of horror that this shows, like there's this blatant scenes where women are throwing themselves at men because they're possessed by like I can't spoil this. I wanted to talk about it. I contemplated being like, I'm just gonna spoil this book to talk about it, because there were some points I wanted to talk about, but I cannot live with myself. I couldn't live with myself. There's the plane, oh my god. I would not be able to live with myself if I spoiled this book for y'all. Like, if you like reading and I tell you this is the greatest horror novel, and then before you can even read it, because you're probably interested in that if you're watching this, if you're interested in it and I tell you like, oh, it's such a good book, and then right before you're able to read it, I just spoil it for you, that'd be criminal, and at least on my part. But I will say there's a character in this book that suffers from confirmation bias. I remember there's this one quote I saw in a Vsauce video by this one guy. Let me see. Marshall McLuhan. He had a quote that said, "I wouldn't have seen it if I hadn't believed it." And that's the case for one of the characters in this book. He suffers from that. There's this skeptic called Lionel Barrett, and he suffers from just ignoring obvious signs. He's just there like, really, there's a ghost, while like a chair floats right behind him. It's like that type of joke. That doesn't actually happen in the book. I'm just saying like that's the best way to describe him. He's just absolutely ignorant to the truth. You know, it's a funny joke because I will spoil this because it's like the basic concept of the book. This old rich guy that's about to die is like, go to the house to confirm if there's an afterlife. Imagine if after going through all this, pun intended, hell, they return to him and they're like, "Sir, it's the Mormons. That's the religion. They're right. It's right." All right, y'all. Book 3 this month absolutely shattered me. And that's John Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wrath. This book, I feel, is so needed. We need more people to read this book because it almost mirrors reality. Because obviously not the most fictitious story, because like it's fictional, but like the time it was based on happened. The way things unfold in the story is like what would happen in real life, and it was set in a point of time. But I'm saying it's so deeply connected to our reality, not because we're living like the characters, but because the same thing that happened to them back then is practically happening to us now. There's this specific line in the book that when I read it, it moved me to tears. I cried with this book, and it was just a conversation between the main character and this old man. And they were just talking about wealth, and there's just this specific line that stuck with me where the character said, "What does a man need 1,000,000 acres for?" And obviously this is a time before like supermarkets and all that, so they were getting introduced to the idea of like food literally rotting because it wasn't sold instead of just giving it to the people. Like that's insane. And you're just so immersed in this book, and there's so many contrasts to what's happening now. Like, oh, we hear they pay better over in this state, but then you get there and yeah, the pay is better, but everything's more expensive. So there's no way to alleviate the burden of the entire world's weight on your shoulders. So the rich get richer, your health decreases because you're working slave hours for pay that, well, is better than back home. The prices are worse. So basically you're working harder for less money, and it leaves so many people just destitute. And I'm like, more people need to read this book to see that history is just repeating itself. More planes? Really? More planes? Anyways, I don't really want to drag out this video any further, but yeah, this is probably my #1 recommendation of the month, even over War and Peace, surprisingly, but there's a reason. This book is incredible, and it took me about 7 days, about a week to finish, and it was really good. By the way, you might be saying like the math's not adding up, but like I started War and Peace like a week before the start of the month. So by this point, it was like halfway through the month when I read this. And right after that, I read my 4th book by Steinbeck, and that is East of Eden. I read East of Eden. This book is probably gonna be the last Steinbeck book I read because I've read like his main stories now. And wow, this book, I'm gonna spoil it. Yeah, that's right. I bet you didn't see this coming. This is the one I'm gonna spoil. No way. This book engaged me in a way that almost no book has, in the sense that I was so invigorated reading this. Part 1 of this book has to be literally the most captivating and intriguing first like 100 pages of a book I've ever read. So there you go, let it be heard. I will be spoiling this book in the next 3 seconds. Leave if you haven't read it or want to read it. I don't know, just leave if you don't want to hear it. East of Eden starts off with these, well, it starts off with Samuel, but he doesn't get introduced till like after part 1, so I'll just skip to the 2 brothers being born. I forgot who the brothers were again. Adam and Charles. Here we see their upbringing in the farm to a father that's less than kind, but you know, he's not the worst father. He's up there though. Anyway, we see all types of things happen between Charles and Adam, but I'm gonna skip through that to when they're adults and have finally inherited the farm. Adam and Charles, they don't get along a lot, but they're getting along that way that they can maintain life on the farm. And one day, a battered prostitute ends up on their front step. What's going on here? So Adam, being the younger brother and the nicer brother, is like, let's take her to the hospital. Charles is like, oh, she's a prostitute, whatever, takes her. They take her, and Adam's like, let's let her stay in our house for a week while she recovers. Charles is like, no, this woman, she's dirty. She's not gonna, no, stop. So Adam does it, claiming that he's not in love or anything. So in the week that he's there with the woman, prostitute, in his house, he decides to get the brilliant idea, let's get married and go to California. So that happens, and she's like, I don't really want to go to California. I don't really want to go to California. And when she said like the third time, she's like, stop it. We're going to California. So one day he's giving her medicine and he accidentally gets it swapped. He basically brought 2 teacups. One has her medicine and one is just for him, but he swapped it around on accident without realizing and takes it and immediately passes out because he's not used to the dosage. So this is all part 1, by the way. She immediately gets out of bed, cheats on him with his brother, and I just like the imagery of his brother literally when she walks in the room and asks for some. I just imagine him just sitting there in like the freaking Jeff Goldblum pose from Jurassic Park, just lifting the covers up. It's like, bro. And part 2 kicks off with them in California. She tries to have an abortion, fails. The doctor's like blackmailing her at this point, like, you're gonna have these kids. Of course, you can't tell them the pretenses of why she even wants an abortion, because it's the man's brother's baby, so you don't want that. Anyway, it ends up being twins. The couple's life isn't really nice to the point where she shoots him and leaves. He survives the gunshot, and then the boys grow up a bit more. I actually forgot their names. I can't believe it. You have to imagine, after like the 5th book after whatever I read, unless the book is like actually a masterpiece, which this is, but like I tend to forget names. Come on now. You know how many names I've seen this month alone? Let alone the year. So he decides to name the brothers Caleb and Aaron, and I'm gonna really speed forward through the rest of this book. I just want to mention the first part in detail so that you understand this plot. So they end up growing up, they end up meeting this girl named Abra, they're going off and on, and then they take turns seeing their mother all throughout their lives. And it's a very depressing novel in that sense, and they always talking about aspirations and dreams, and like one of them ends up going to the military. That's really late in the story. Anyways, one of them eventually sees his mother for like the actual time after stalking her for years, and when she talks with them, he just has a conversation, which this I actually won't spoil. It leads her to okay, I don't know if we should continue spoiling this. I don't know. It ends up pretty badly, and it's probably one of the more depressing novel endings. Now there's the second spoiler warning for if that intrigued you even more and you actually want to go read it now. Spoiler warning. He ends up making his mother practically commit suicide. She kills herself after the conversation they had, due to the conversation they had, is a better terminology. And then he convinces his brother to go off to the war, where he then dies. And when they get the news of his brother dying, I should probably clarify who died. Caleb survives. It's his brother Aaron who dies in the war. And after receiving the word of Aaron's death, the main character Adam, well, I don't know, he's the main character of like the first book, and then his sons like become the main characters. But anyway, Adam has a stroke, practically leaving him paralyzed. And it ends with Samuel coming over, a side character in the story, to tell him, like, tell your son you forgive him for everything. And the book ends with one of the most daunting, most haunting lines, actually daunting. It's very haunting, these last words. Tim Shell, if you read the book, you'll understand how good of an ending that is because of how horrible, like, they really set that ending up perfectly. Like, John Steinbeck set that ending up perfectly. So yeah, this is definitely a 10 out of 10 book. And yeah, even though I said I was gonna spoil it, I only spoiled like a lot of it, but like I didn't actually spoil everything, I guess. At least in the first half, then I actually said everything. Anyways, pretty good. I'm so glad I found this thrifted. This is probably gonna be the last Steinbeck book of the year, so a really solid closing off to what's probably one of my favorite authors after reading these 2 books in unison. All right, the next book I read is rather short. I read it practically in one sitting, which is insane. I sat still for 4 hours, ADHD brain. All Quiet on the Western Front. This is really one of the most disturbing novels I've ever read. You probably know it more from like the Netflix film All Quiet on the Western Front, but this is basically it's fictional, but it takes heavy inspiration from the author's actual in-life experiences from fighting in World War I in the German side. And some of the most haunting deaths and just brutal scenes and just horrible displays of human hatred come in this book. And some of the things that happen, like the amputations, the murders, well, is it murder if it's war? I guess it is murder, but still, some of the stuff that happens in this book is straight up despicable and aggravating when it happens to certain characters, and just horrible even when it happens to the supposed enemy. No one's enemies in war. You're all humans. You're fighting for your leaders. Stop killing each other. But still, it's a very, very intense read, and I think it affected me so much deeper simply based off the fact that I read it in one sitting. I didn't let it go. So everything was happening at once for me. And yeah, I'm petrified of this book. I don't think I'm ever gonna read this again. This was a very rough read. Would still recommend. Alright, so originally this next book was gonna be Great Expectations by Charles Dickens, but I read 30 pages of this book and decided that it wasn't for me. Normally I should read like 30% of a book before deciding that it's not for me, but I read these 30 pages and I was like, I don't want to invest time in this because I just wasn't really feeling it, and I had a feeling I wasn't going to be feeling it for a majority of the book or even ever. So I was like, I don't want to waste my neurons on something I'm just thoroughly not enjoying. And I'm going to give Charles Dickens another shot at the end of the year with A Christmas Carol for obviously Christmas. But for now, I just had to completely glaze over this. And the reason I felt like mentioning it was just to, reassure the audience. If there's a book in here or any book you're ever reading and you're just not digging it, there's no need to continue reading it, regardless of if it's a classic or even what I said. Like, if I'm saying over here, like, Don Quixote is the greatest book, Crime and Punishment is the greatest book, Brothers Karamazov is great, it doesn't matter. If you're just starting that book, maybe you read, like, for Crime and Punishment, I'd recommend reading 100 pages, but still. If you read like, let's say 30, 40, 50 pages and you're just not messing with a book, don't torture yourself. Put it down, sell it if you want, or just leave it for another day and read something else. Don't fall out of reading. That's how you get into reading slumps. Now, am I saying you don't have to push yourself sometimes? No, I'm not saying that. Sometimes you really do need to push yourself to find greatness in a book, like with the Brothers Karamazov. But normally, typically, I would say if it's not really something you're messing with at all, you don't even like the characters, the plot, the story, the setting, the theme, even the way the author writes, which wasn't the case for this. If you just don't like any of that, if it's not even your genre, just you can put it down with no hard feelings. Don't beat yourself up because you're not reading something that someone claims is a 10 out of 10. The thing about literature is it's not like movies or TV shows where if someone says something is 10 out of 10, most of the time it's a 10 out of 10 and you should watch it and you can find pleasure in watching it. No, with books it's completely different. It's one of the most vague and the most broad ways of entertaining yourself because you could very easily find something that's bad and very easily find something that's good. Anyways, now let's talk about the book I decided to replace this one with, and it's a rather short one. You could count this as inflating the count, but this is just a book I felt like I wanted to read, and that's T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland. It is not this big. It's actually like 20 pages long. It's just a short story, and I absolutely loved it. Trying to find it. Rather peculiar. I can't seem to find the novel. It's about I'll show you, yay big. It's about that much. It's very short. And this is the second and last book. Actually, no, there's another book I want to spoil besides this one. Dang. It's a good book. It's apocalyptic, of course, and it's very philosophical and very existentialist. I don't know how to say that word. I probably just invented a word, actually. It's a book that'll make you think. So don't just go into it thinking, oh, unga bunga, 20-page, 30-minute read. Blah, blah, blah. No. You have to sit down with this and actually use your head. And that's all I'm going to say on it because it's very easy to spoil considering it's 20 pages. So. The next book is the one I'm going to spoil, the second and last book I'm going to spoil this month, which is On the Shortness of Life by Seneca. This is my first book by Seneca that I'm reading. It's, again, I'm not counting this inflating the count because when it's philosophy, it can be this short and have this amount of content. I know it's crazy, right? This book is straight up transformative. It's composed of 20 chapters, and it's obviously on the shortness of life. And I can't really say anything. I'm gonna like verbatim just read off my favorite quotes from this book, and that'll count as spoiling it technically. I mean, you're reading a whole chapter. But I would heavily recommend that you just go buy this and read it. You could buy for like $3, dude. This is like, it's not the most expensive thing in the world, and I feel like if everyone in society read this, we wouldn't have as many workers, because it definitely awakens you to the shortness of life. I think people don't realize just how short and limited their time on Earth is. And that quotes into what I'm going to spoil here, my favorite chapter of the book, and probably one of my most this impacted me when I read it. And I'm gonna get to it now. All right, this is chapter 11. In a word, do you want to know how they do not live long? See how eager they are to live long. Decrepit old men beg in their prayers for the addition of a few more years. They pretend that they are younger than they are. They comfort themselves with a falsehood and are as pleased to deceive themselves as if they deceive fate at the same time. But when at last some infirmity has reminded them of their mortality, in what terror do they die, feeling that they are being dragged out of life and not merely leaving it. They cry out that they have been fools because they have not really lived, and that they will live henceforth in leisure if only they escape from this illness. Then at last they reflect how uselessly they have striven for things which they did not enjoy, and how all their toil has gone for nothing. But for those whose life is past remote from all business, why should it not be ample? None of it is assigned to another, none of it is scattered in this direction and that. None of it is committed to fortune, none of it perishes from neglect. None is subtracted by wasteful giving, none of it is unused, the whole of it, so to speak, yields income. And so, however small the amount of it, it is abundantly sufficient. And therefore, whenever his last day shall come, the wise man will not hesitate to go to meet death with steady step. That's one of my favorite passages. Now there's another one. I can't seem to find the chapter I want to talk about. I forgot where it is. I'm probably going to have to reread this at some point in my life for sure, because it's incredible, even though I gained a lot from it. Okay, I can't find it. I'm going to just say it off of the top of my head. What the main point I got from this is, one of the chapters talks about how people give away their life for nothing. They plan ahead in tens of years. So by the time they're 60, they think they'll live on forever. Like, you plan your 50s doing this odd job, 40 doing this. You're going to strive for this in your 30s, and you just put it in 10-year blocks, as if after you reach 60, you will cease to die. You will live forever and do what you actually want to do onward from that point in time. And that affected me because I know a lot of people who sadly live like this. My camera quite literally overheated and I had to put it in the freezer. They were like, we have to nerf him. He's talking too much heat right now. I forgot where I was even on with this book. Oh my God, I hate that. I had to literally take a 10 and put it in the freezer. It's like super cold now. God dang it, I was talking about this book. I love this book so much, and now I completely lost the string of thought and conversation. It was something about people planning out their lives in like 10-year blocks and how that's just utterly stupid. But anyways, I'll just cut it short then, because yeah, the government's trying to stop me. They're like, we need more workers in the workplace. Anyway, read this book. It's great. And the last book of the month is Do Androids Dream of Electronic Sheep? I literally finished this book before coming out here to record all this, so let's get to it very quickly. This is not a book about androids and sheep. This is Blade Runner, and it has to do about androids and sheep. What? Yeah, I did not expect that coming into this story. Apparently sheeps are like super valuable in this world because like everyone's used to like robotic animals, and it's like a symbol of status if you have like a real life animal. So like the protagonist's entire purpose in the story is to get like an actual sheep for his wife to tend to. It's like, what the hell? He's actually a bounty hunter for dejected androids from Mars, and it's a very good novel. Again, not gonna spoil it. And like I said, it's just Blade Runner. Don't let. I thought this was gonna be like an extraordinarily philosophical book, which it technically is. It's about empathy, human empathy, and funnily enough, how robots lack it. Yet the human characters in the story seem to have less empathy than they do. Specifically in the frog scene, you might take it as the machine being callous, but it's not out of not having empathy. It's about not being able to have empathy. Even with that lack of empathy, they still have more empathy than a human being who should have empathy. Anyway, read this book. It's super good. You might be wondering, but Robert, wasn't that the last book? Why is there another section? It's because I'm probably going to read I'm probably going to read the Iliad this following 5 days before this video comes out. Anyways, if I do read it and I don't get a chance to talk about it in the video, in the comments below and in the community post of my channel, you'll be able to see whether I actually ended up finishing the Iliad before or after, you know, before the next month starts. In that case, it'll just be part of that month's book review. Either way, it's going to be part of that month's book review. But yeah, I'm going to try and read the Iliad before the month ends. I might actually be able to do it. It's only like 400 pages. I might be able to get that down in like a couple days. All right, on to the manga. This is what I read this month. Holy crap. Yeah, this is a ton, I know. This is actually not really representing how much I actually read. I read 5 more volumes of this, but online instead. I couldn't wait. I was originally going to stop like around volume 24 because that's where like season 3 is going to end of the anime. But I was like, nah, screw that. Read all of it. Pretty disappointing ending. Not the worst ending in the world, but it's definitely not the best. You can definitely feel that Gege rushed himself to finish it because he was just feeling bad, and the stupid people at his company were like, no, get it out now. I would have rather preferred he took like a 6, 7, 8 month break and came back to it refreshed. I mean, not as long as the guy who wrote Vagabond or making Vagabond, but like if he would have taken a year to, you know, make it 2 more volumes, it would have been better, because every season of the anime is like 8 volumes. So you got 8 plus 8 plus 8 for season 3 at 24. We should have got another 8. Instead of it being 30, we should have had like 32 volumes at minimum, because the ending is so rushed. But it's still not the worst ending, and it's great. So yeah, this is a definite, just because of the ending alone being rushed, it's an 8 out of 10 series. But up to season 3, it is a 10 out of 10, folks. So yeah, I read all of Jujutsu Kaisen W. And I also read No Longer Human by Junji Ito. That's right, it makes its return. I read the novel by Osamu Dazai earlier this year, and now I read the manga, which is a bit different from the book, I will say that, but it's just equally as good. And I love the, you know, part where it's revealed that Osamu Dazai exists in this world and he has a whole conversation with his own character. It's very therapeutic to see that, considering how his life ended very similarly to how his character's life in the book was meant to end. And it's kind of cathartic to just see him alive, conversing with basically another version of himself. And yeah, this is probably one of the best mangas ever. It's also my first ever seinen work. Rather, yeah, just seinen, because I always watch shonen anime. Seinen doesn't really get anime, sadly. So yeah, this is my first ever anything that has to do with like seinen, yeah. Wait, is Berserk seinen? Boom. All right, let's get through these books. Wuthering Heights by Emily Bronte. I, Robot by Isaac Asimov. This is gonna be my first Asimov book, but I've heard a lot about it. I've heard a lot about him, and I can't wait to read it. Hiccup. Next book is gonna be The Shining. Yes, I've seen the movie. I know there's differences. I've actually already read this book earlier in my life. Back when I was like 12, I'm gonna read it again though for the book review. Outer Dark by Cormac McCarthy. This is gonna be another one of his books this year. I've read like almost half of his entire book catalog. The Rebel by Albert Camus. This will be my 4th Camus book. book this year. For Whom the Bell Tolls by Ernest Hemingway. This will be my 4th book by him. A lot of 4s this year now that I'm noticing. Anyway, this will be my 4th book by him this year. John Milton's Paradise Lost. I heard this has a lot of striking similarities with Blood Meridian because Blood Meridian had one aspect of it, you know, inspired from this book. I heard it's about the Bible through the devil's perspective. Already intrigued. I'm gonna read this next month. Charles Dickens' A Tale of Two Cities. I actually forgot I was gonna read this. Okay, so this is gonna be my 2nd attempt at getting into Charles Dickens. I've heard so many good things about this book, so I'm sure I'm actually gonna be able to dig it. So yeah, I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna really try with this one, guys. To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee. I've read this before in my life when I was like 15, and I'm gonna read it again now for the book review. And the final book, this will actually be the first book I'll read next month if I were after The Iliad and the Odyssey, and that's gonna be A Little Life. I know this isn't a classic, but I picked it up at Walmart and I've heard so many good things about it. And you know what? I'm gonna treat myself to something that's not necessarily old and it's actually quite new. So yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about this story, and you'll definitely hear it like in the 2nd or 3rd entry of next month. So most likely what will be the first book next month is gonna be the Odyssey. I might get the Iliad finished this remaining couple of days in the month. All right. On to channel updates. I'm cutting it right here.
Her arms were cut off. Her legs were cut off.
Channel updates. We should change this to life updates. Change it to life updates real quick. Okay, so I got a job. I'm making money, but that's left me with a lot of time to not do basically anything. Yeah. I've kind of had to abandon the weight loss thing, so we're just gonna cut that out. I know, it's kind of anticlimactic after 10 months of losing weight. I'm just gonna cut that section off after like 3 months of making no progress, making anti-progress, but I'm gonna get on medication soon, and I just can't even focus with that, with the amount of burdens I have in my life, such as with the reading, the work. And I mean, it's good that my work is fairly easy and I actually enjoy doing it, but still, it takes a chunk of time out of my day every day for the rest of the year probably. So yeah, that's one of the life updates. Second life update is that I'm probably gonna stop doing gaming videos this year alone. I've started doing rants, which I really enjoy doing. Those are the last videos that were posted on this channel, and I just enjoy doing them. It's gonna be either skits or that for the rest of the year, either on YouTube or TikTok. That's all I'm really gonna do videos wise. And yeah, that's really all I have to say. I always like to keep these sections short because they're not really about books, but I still like to let y'all know what's happening either in my life just because I want to let y'all know, and also because you should know so that nothing surprises you when I either don't upload or, you know, I do something different with my content. So yeah. That's gonna be it for book review 10. This is probably one of my favorite book reviews, even though I technically failed in reading Great Expectations and also reading The Iliad and the Odyssey. But I don't know, I really enjoyed reading this month. This has been an overall very good month for me. And I'm very excited for next month. The books I have here in store for next month are very good. I don't know if I'll be able to read all of it. I probably won't. There's probably 2 or 3 books that are gonna get cut out of this overall haul. But this is just, you know, me, you know, shooting for the stars. You know, I'm putting the goal really far. So far this year alone, we've read like, what, 77 books? So we're doing good. I don't know if we'll be able to get to 100 this year, but if we do, perfect. So yeah, I'll see you all next month. Bye. Hey, what is up everyone? Welcome to book review 11. Yes, I have to do this in the car because there's really no more spaces left in my house that y'all haven't seen, and I want to change up the atmosphere, especially for next book review, the last one of the year. I'm gonna make that one in a spot that we've already been, but you'll see what I'm talking about soon. Anyways, I'm sorry if you can hear the air conditioning, but like I have to keep that on or else I'm just gonna die of a heat stroke in here. So yeah, I'm also filming this at like 9 p.m. so. And if you're wondering why the camera isn't like more elevated, not only did I forget to bring the tripod, but I'm actually kind of grateful because when I went to lift it up, you could literally see every house in my neighborhood and I would just expose where I lived basically. So yeah, this is the angle you're gonna have to stick with. All right, I'm gonna be completely honest with y'all. This month, I did not really read. I was completely out of it. I was in the biggest slump I've had this entire year. I couldn't really concentrate on reading this month. And literally this book, I read it like 5-6 days ago, so I'm sorry. Now with all that out of the way, let's get into the book. And that book in particular is The Call of Cthulhu. Now, the book is not that big. It's actually only 30 pages. It's just that I bought this at Walmart, and it's like a collection of H.P. Lovecraft's stories. And I read The Call of Cthulhu because it was a short read, and I just wanted to get back into the flow of things. And I felt like this was a good book to kind of get all the gears moving again, because I really wanted to get back into it. And I was going to read the Iliad this month, and the Odyssey, and A Little Life, and these enormous books, and I wasn't really in the mentality for the Iliad and the Odyssey, if I'm being honest, and I stopped. And next month, and the final month, I want to implement a couple rules that I found throughout my entire adventure this year on reading, and my whole philosophy on how reading should be done. Anyways, that's enough about anything but the book. About the book, The Call of Cthulhu is a great book. It's extraordinary. I very much enjoyed it. I was very surprised. This might be a spoiler, but I'm gonna say it. The book isn't really much about the monster Cthulhu, but more about the cult around him and the belief system that was created, via Cthulhu's existence by the cultists, and I very much enjoyed that. I thought I was going into a book that's just about a sea monster coming up and destroying the world. No. It's about humanity almost. It's about the cult element, and I would greatly recommend it. It's a short read, and I very much liked it. It was very enjoyable, so yeah. Definitely check that out if you want to. It's a good book. Book 2 this month is The Landlady. No, not Notes from Underground. We already read that. This is actually a collection of all his short stories, most of his short stories. And the he I'm talking about is Fyodor Dostoevsky. Come on, catch up with the program. We already read Notes from Underground this year, so of course I didn't read that. I read The Landlady, which is a great book by Fyodor Dostoevsky, and I greatly enjoyed it. The protagonist, Ordionov, I found, by the way he names characters, oh my god, man. Raskolnikov, Alyosha, which funnily enough, that name comes up in this book. Alyosha, Dmitri, Sonia, Razumian, Mishkin. Where does he get the Ivan, which is, more of a common name. But the name Raskolnikov itself, I'm pretty sure it has a way deeper meaning. It's the naming system this guy had must have been insane. Anyway, the book, I'm not gonna spoil it, even though it's a very short read. It's about 90 pages. I just don't feel like spoiling it for y'all, because when it comes to Dostoevsky, I really want people to read him. I've read his major books. I've read almost half of his entire, I think I have actually read all of his works. And I can confidently say The Landlady was not his best. But when I say that about Dostoevsky, it doesn't mean it's bad. I always say that. All of his books are extraordinary. But when I say it's not good, I'm talking about comparing it to all of his greatest works. Is it a good book? Yes. This is above average. All of his books are probably going to be... I'm glazing so bad. All of his books are probably going to be above average, but The Landlady can't really compete with Demons or Crime and Punishment, The Brothers Karamazov, The Idiot. They're not in the same league, but the way he writes, I said this to someone, it's alienating from a different reason than Cormac McCarthy is. Cormac McCarthy's books are alienating because it feels like an actual alien wrote them. But Fyodor Dostoevsky uses Russian, at least when translated to English, in a way that is so elegant and so profound that it is quite honestly just beautiful. And I don't really want to get into the story because it's so short. It's probably the shortest book I've read by him. Well, Poor Folks was shorter, but still, I really recommend people read that, because the man, Ordionov, he comes from deep isolation, and it shows what isolation does to the mind when he is reintroduced into the world, and the way he acts with characters. It's he was so ahead of the time when it came to writing about these problems and these subjects, and his writing is just very human, and I recommend it. All right, and book 3 is The Epic of Gilgamesh. For those who do not know, this is the first ever written book. At least it's the earliest one we found. This predates the Bible. This predates anything you could think. The Epic of Gilgamesh is actually pretty deep, considering it's one of the first novels. I imagine that there weren't a lot of stories around the time that this was written, yet it has such a convoluted way of telling the story in the novel. that it's weird because right at the ending point, you would think it would end at a specific point, but then it just keeps going for like 20 more pages, and it's like a short book. It's like 60, 70 pages, I don't know. But you read it and you're expecting this whole like, you're expecting a rudimentary story, which it kind of is. I mean, Gilgamesh is a badass. Like, let me just put it into perspective. In the novel, if you're getting married, before you can take away your wife's virginity, he'd just come in and just, you know, take it for you. This man was literally him. He was Patrick Bateman before Patrick Bateman existed. And then, you know, the story where he gets his best friend created basically to try and thwart him. What was his name? Anunnaki? Oh my god, I can't believe I forgot the friend's name. Enkidu, I believe, right? It's Enkidu. Anyway, Enkidu's made to, like, you know, there's a scene where this man straight up plows a woman for 6 days straight. I'm not even kidding. It's those elements are what makes it, you know, believable that this was written way back in early humanity, because those are very, like, human desires. The man was rich. He ruled over people. You know, he led on, like, every human desire you could have at that time, he had. So, of course, they would make the protagonist like that, and then they'd give him, like, this very masculine side character, and then he never dies, and then his friend never dies, and they conquer together. So it's like, you can believe that this was written by man, you know, as one of the earlier books, because it just completely glamorizes everything a man could want in his life, especially in that era. And I very much recommend this book. It's really good. I mean, even if you don't like it, even if I wouldn't have liked it, I'd still recommend it, simply because of the historical context here. It's the first book we have found. It predates anything. So I was like, you know, you might as well read it so you at least know what came before everything else, besides the Bible. But that, like, you know what I mean. All right, and book number 4 is The Queen of Spades. Wait, this is actually the last book of the month. Yeah. Book 4 is technically the last book of the month. The Queen of Spades by Alexander Pushkin. And if I'm gonna be real with you, it was kind of lost on me because, excusez-moi, I'm not much of a gambler. I don't know how most of that stuff works. So a lot of the things just went over my head, a lot of the story elements, because they're deeply rooted in, you know, those types of card games. I understood the story fairly enough, and I'm not gonna really ruin it just because I didn't enjoy it. Doesn't mean someone else will. Maybe you'll find something more in it, and like, just to spoil it because I didn't like it feels very disingenuous. It's like a 30-page, there's like 20-30 pages, and it's not this big. Again, these are all, literally every book this month besides the Epic of Gilgamesh was a collection of stories that made it look so much bigger. Like this, the Landlady wasn't this big, you know, the Call of Cthulhu wasn't that big, but this, like, it wasn't this big. But I'd rate it like a solid 6 out of 10, which is crazy because I know Pushkin is so famous. I mean, Dostoevsky literally quotes him all the time. In his book, he always puts him at, you know, at the beginning of like a chapter or something, or a new volume. And I don't know, I feel kind of let down by The Queen of Spades. I was expecting so much more. Not to say it was bad, it's just, it wasn't my cup of tea, I think. It was more on me than the book. So yeah, this is probably the shortest book review out there. I would normally transition to next book's read. Oh my god. I would normally transition over to next month's reads, but the thing is, I just don't want to put that pressure on myself anymore. I think I know what I'm going to read next month, but I'm just going to leave it up in the air. The next month is literally the last month I'll be doing this for the year, and maybe for a long time. And I don't know, I think the stress of this series has kind of it's kind of what put me in the slump. I'm surprised it didn't happen earlier, but like, I just want to enjoy reading, and I really need that right now, and I'm just not going to put any like pressure on myself to read a set amount of books. The only reason I really I put so many books on myself last month was because if I read all those books, then it would be kind of feasible to get to 100 books. But I just don't really care. I don't really care. Right now I'm at book 81, and it's this whole thing about satisfaction that I don't allow myself to feel it, because I'm always pushing the barrier a little bit more ahead. The original goal, guys, this year was 24 books. I've blown past that like 4 times. That's like, it's insane, and I don't think I'm letting myself feel that gratification. So I'm gonna just put the goal at 85, and I can achieve that easily. So instead of next month's reads, I'm gonna just tell you what I'm reading as of right now. Right now, I am reading The Meditations of Marcus Aurelius. I'm currently like 100 pages in, and it's really good. I'm truly enjoying this book. P.S. Editing Robert here. I finished the book about a couple days ago, and it was pretty good. One of my favorite philosophy books I've read all year. I'm not even kidding. I really enjoyed it. If you're wondering when I'm recording this, let me see right here. Yeah, it's I don't know, maybe 5 hours before this comes out. Procrastinator Final Boss. I didn't know he was such a fan of Epictetus, which is my favorite philosopher. So, my twin is really just another me. I can't believe it. It's incredible, the philosophy that comes out of here, because I remember seeing somewhere that he spoke Latin, I believe, and the language that was mainly used in philosophy and just the beautiful language at the time was Greek, and he would write to himself in Greek, everything that comes in this book, and even in a foreign language, he had such a beautiful mind. He was, this might be one of my favorite books so far. I've read one of my favorite books this year because I'm reading it right now. I'm not done with it. So far, these first 100 pages, I'm currently on book 5. He really was special. He would constantly, he writes so much about life and death and how he imagined he would be forgotten, I've heard. That's what comes further in the book. I believe he always says he's going to be forgotten. And yet, I'm reading him in a language that didn't exist at his time. And I can't wait to tell y'all more about this book next month. And it's sad that I can't tell you right now. All right. Life update. So as you can tell, this month I uploaded nothing to the channel. Well, maybe The Last of Us Part 2 review came out already. Maybe it didn't. It probably didn't. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then it'll come out in like a couple weeks probably. I'm planning on doing that, and then I'm planning on revitalizing gaming on my channel. I'm gonna bring a new approach to it, where instead of editing my videos, I'm literally gonna turn on the camera, record for like an hour 30 minutes, no cutting unless I like absolutely have to cut out a part, no music. I'm just gonna let the game audio and the game soundtrack play, and I'm just gonna play a game just like that, just my commentary, a little face cam in the corner. And that's really going to be the way I'm going to play. And the first game I'm going to play for the channel is Silent Hill 2. Oh my god. I've wanted to play that for so long, honestly, and starting next month I will. It's very exciting stuff. I played the first game on the channel and I tried to over-edit it, and it's just like, I'm not doing all that anymore. I'm just going to play the game, and if anything, even if people won't enjoy watching it because it's not cut, it's not pristine, it's not this and that, I at least can look back on it and be glad with the product and just see my first playthrough of a game that I've heard is spectacular. And I have a bunch of other games planned too, like Alan Wake 2, Outlast, Amnesia. I'm going to play through all those games. And yeah, that's really it for life updates. Well, I mean, I also quit my job recently. I'm going on new employment. I just left from that place for personal reasons, so I have a little bit more free time for the meantime, and with Christmas coming up and Thanksgiving and this and all that, I'm going to be a little bit wrapped up. But yeah, I have some projects in the works. I'm going to work on one right now after I finish this video, funnily enough, and that's really all I had to say for this book review. Literally, the raw recording of this is going to be like 17-18 minutes, so cut down, it's going to be extraordinarily short compared to every other book review. But I'm not going to sit here and lie. I'm not going to tell you anything. It's okay to take breaks. It's okay to take time. I don't think you should make yourself read when you don't want to, because that's how you really fall out of love with reading, and that's the last thing I want. So this month I just took a back seat and I relaxed, and I didn't really read, and I just want to let everyone know that's okay too. I'm sorry that that's all I read this month, but I'll try to do a little bit better next month. Maybe I won't, I don't know. But yeah, this is really it for book review 11. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you all next month, or in my next video if you actually watch those. Bye. Hello. Okay. I forgot my phone. Dang, the sun is hitting me right in my face. Yeah, realistically, that sun is going to be hitting me for a while. No need for an intro, let's just get into it. The first book I read this month is Anton Chekhov's The Lady with the Dog. Forgive me if I don't have a lot of energy. Haven't slept in 22 hours. This month I read like 4 short stories, like less than 100 pages this month. And I did that with all the intention in the world. Last month I said I wasn't really gonna put a limit on myself, I was just gonna relax. And considering all I'm gonna do next month, I probably am glad that I slowed down on the reading this month. Just letting y'all know now, there's gonna be no book review 13. I'm canceling this series at least for a while. Maybe I'll do one book review that's like 2 or 3 months combined. But this has been a little bit tolling on me. This has been a pretty big commitment for me. Anyway, let's get into the actual book. The book is basically about this girl or lady who meets with this dude at a park, and they, you know, fantasize about running away together, and that's all I'm gonna say because it's a super short story, and anything else I say will kind of ruin it. And it's definitely like a 7 out of 10. It's a pretty good short story, and I really enjoyed that story specifically by Anton Chekhov, and I would definitely recommend another one of his books, which is the next one, book 2. Book 2 is The Student by Anton Chekhov again. It's another short story. This one's actually even shorter. If I'm being honest, it's literally just a retelling of how Peter betrayed Jesus 3 times, and that's really it. So I can't really say it's an amazing 10 out of 10, but I also can't give it a low rating because in general it's good. It's just that it's just that it's extraordinarily short. I really enjoyed Anton Chekhov, even though I read like 10 pages, actually more like 30. But still, I'm probably gonna get around to reading an actual book of his because I've heard a lot about him, specifically Chekhov's gun. I've heard that that's the principle he sort of invented. So I really look forward to reading more from him in the coming years. Book 3 is Harlan Ellison's I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. This book is extraordinary. It's definitely up there with the most disturbing books I've read, and it's also definitely up there with one of my more favorite books, even though it's technically a short story. You could literally read it in like an hour, just sit down and read it. It's like 20, 30 pages. And I absolutely loved it. It's basically about this AI that enslaves the last remaining 4 humans on Earth to torture them endlessly. And that's all I can say without ruining the ending. And that's basically the whole premise of the book. And I think it's very visionary. It's a very cautious tale about what we're more likely than not heading into with the future and how fast we're delving and advancing into it. I will say this though, Am is definitely one of the greatest antagonists ever. It's I saw this one quote about him, which I absolutely adore. Am is the difference between intelligence and wisdom. And that's all I can really say. I think that really fits the antagonist of the story. And the last book of the month is The Golden Goose by the Brothers Grimm. This is probably the most, I don't know how to say this. This is probably the weirdest book I read, not because the book itself is weird, which it kind of is, just because of the way I thought it was gonna go. If I told you right now what The Golden Goose was about, you'd probably think it was about greed. They kept making the golden goose lay an egg to exploit it, but no, apparently it has nothing to do with that. I don't know where that came from, but apparently it has to do with like this kid who keeps falling and then he finds a goose and he impresses a princess and then gets to marry her and becomes the king of the kingdom. I don't really know. It's completely different to what I originally thought it was. And I told someone else about this. I had a conversation with them and they were like, whoa, that's not at all what I thought it was. So I know I'm not the only one. I'm not really tripping. So yeah, that was the last book of the month. If you can't tell, I completely rushed this, mainly because it's the 27th. And I'm completely tired, and also because I didn't even read that much to begin with, and that's all I could really say about it because they're extraordinarily short books, and I also don't want to spoil them. Well, I actually spoiled The Golden Goose, but I mean, it's like, what, 3 pages? Let's be for real right now. So yeah, I had a ton of other books planned, but I just completely gave up on them. I just didn't feel like reading a lot this month. I think I definitely burnt out. Like, I'm getting nauseous from reading. So that's why next month I'm going to reread some of my favorite books to regain that passion. Specifically, Crime and Punishment. That's the first one I'm reading. Then I'm reading Blood Meridian, The Road, The Idiot, and probably a couple others. So yeah, that's really it. I didn't read any manga, so there's not going to be a section on that. Yay, I know. And for channel updates, I can't really say much, except that I have some plans. I've been working on some other projects outside of YouTube. And yeah, this is a really lackluster ending to a 12-month project, which is why I'm probably going to release the book review movie. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to combine all 12 videos into one big video. My heart's not in it anymore. I've read like 87 books. What's the actual count? Wait. Yes, that's right. 86 books this year. I'm cooked. I have a ton of other videos planned specifically about my favorite books this year, the most disturbing books I read, just a little bookshelf tour, you know, and it's a bunch of stuff I have ready for the beginning of January. It's a bunch of video ideas that has to do all with books, which is why I'm kind of cutting this one short, because there's gonna be so much more book related content coming anyways, that I'm like, I don't want to put so much into this that it distracts me from making these other videos that I've actually been wanting to do for like 7 months. Once I started this journey, I had these ideas, but I just had to wait till I read more to be able to truly expand upon this premise. So yeah, that's really all I have to say for this last book review. I hate you, son.